You like to believe you're in control. That when you wake up in the morning, scroll your phone, choose your clothes, decide what to eat, what to buy, what to believe, you are the one deciding. That somewhere inside your mind sits a quiet, rational observer making choices based on who you are and what you want. But what if that's only half the story? What if the paths you're walking were gently laid out long before you noticed the first step? What if the freedom you feel is real, but smaller than you think? Not because you're unintelligent or weak-willed, but because the architecture of your mind, its shortcuts, tendencies, and unconscious reflexes, was shaped by a world that's far more intentional than it appears. From the moment you're born, your brain begins weaving meaning from chaos, looking for patterns to survive, to belong, to matter. And as you grow, that pattern-seeking becomes a framework, a mental template that helps you sort the overwhelming flood of data around you, sounds, expressions, ideas, choices. But here's the trick. That very template is influenced by the environments you didn't choose. The household you were raised in, the culture you absorbed without questioning, the media you consumed long before you had the tools to critically filter it, before you even had a preference. Preference was shaping you. Make a simple decision, like choosing what to eat for lunch. It feels basic, instinctive, but trace it back. Why did that food appeal to you today? Was it because you saw an ad for it 2 hours earlier? Because someone else ordered it yesterday? Because your mood was low and your brain wanted comfort, and that food was once associated with comfort in your childhood? That decision, which felt like yours, might have been gently nudged into place by dozens of invisible hands. The billboard, the smell, the memory, the stress, the choice didn't start when you placed the order. It started long before, in moments you barely noticed. This isn't a flaw. It's how the human mind evolved to operate. You're built to conserve energy, to automate wherever possible. If you had to consciously evaluate every single input, every ad, every suggestion, every facial cue, every headline, you'd never get through the day. So your brain builds scripts, shortcuts, emotional bookmarks. It learns what worked before and replays it again, assuming it's still true. But the world around you learned that too, and it learned how to write into your scripts without your permission. Modern design, advertising, politics, and platforms have all quietly mastered the art of decision preloading. They don't force you to choose, they just shape the environment so that one choice feels a little more natural. One button is a little easier to find, one color is a little more compelling, one option is pre-selected, one default is already set. And your brain, looking for ease, consistency, safety, just goes with it, not because it's the best choice, but because it's the smoothest. Think of the times you clicked accept without reading the terms. The times you bought something because the timer said the sale would end in 5 minutes. The times you nodded in a conversation just to avoid friction. The moments where you felt like you were choosing, but you were really reacting. The illusion of free will doesn't mean you're not making choices. It means you're often unaware of how those choices are framed, triggered, and softened before you arrive at them. And this goes deeper than products and platforms. It shows up in belief systems, in political leanings, in moral judgments, in how you view people, groups, and even yourself. You may think your values were chosen, but most were inherited, not handed down like a gift, but absorbed like air, through repetition, through emotion, through silence, through stories told and stories avoided, through what was normalized in the background while you were busy paying attention to the foreground. And once those values are in place, your brain begins filtering the world to reinforce them. It's called confirmation bias, the tendency to notice and believe things that agree with what you already think. But even confirmation bias doesn't begin with belief. It begins with framing, what you were exposed to, what you weren't, who you were told to trust, who you were told to fear. And so, while you walk through life believing you are examining the world, much of the time you're examining a curated slice of it, selected by algorithms, by institutions, by peers, by habits too old to trace. Even your attention, the basic gateway of all decisions, is being guided constantly. That's why headlines shout, that's why colors blink, That's why apps buzz at just the right moment, because the human brain follows what's loud, bright, urgent, or emotionally charged. It wasn't designed for stillness, for silence, for boredom. But in that design lies the vulnerability, because whoever controls what you pay attention to controls the raw materials from which your thoughts and actions emerge. This isn't about conspiracies. It's about design, subtle, elegant, normalized influence. It's why a red button gets clicked more than a blue one, why a confident voice sways more than a quiet one, why repetition becomes belief, why authority, even when wrong, gets the benefit of the doubt, and the more emotionally charged the context, fear, urgency, shame, the more your conscious filters go offline. You act fast, you act small, and you act as if it was your idea. And sometimes it is, but many times it was placed there, carefully, softly, invisibly. But knowing this is not a sentence, it's an invitation, because the illusion of free will isn't total. You are not a puppet, you are not asleep. You have moments, precious, fleeting, where the curtain pulls back, and you notice the strings. You ask, why did I choose that? Where did that feeling come from? What just pulled my attention? And in that moment awareness blooms. The space between stimulus and response stretches just enough for discernment to slip through. You don't need to overanalyze every choice. You don't need to reject the world. But you do need to see the frame before you believe the picture. To recognize when you're being guided. To pause gently and ask, is this me? Or is this momentum disguised as preference? That single breath of doubt isn't weakness. It's the beginning of freedom. Not absolute freedom, not perfect agency, but something more grounded. Authenticity born from reflection, not reaction. You can't escape influence. It's part of being human. But you can learn to trace it, to soften its hold, to walk slower through environments designed to rush you. And as you do, the illusion starts to shimmer, to lose its power. You begin to reclaim tiny pockets of sovereignty, one quiet question at a time. And maybe that's all free will ever was. Not complete independence, but the awareness to ask before you agree, to feel the nudge and decide if you want to follow, to choose not by default but by design, your design. Quietly, patiently, one mindful choice at a time. You move through the world believing your choices are uniquely your own, that your likes and dislikes, your beliefs and behaviors rise from within you, filtered through reason, shaped by personal experience. But beneath that comforting illusion lives something older, quieter, and far more persuasive. Your deep, almost invisible tendency to mirror the people around you. Not because you're weak, not because you lack critical thinking, but because your brain was wired, long before you were ever aware of it, to trust the crowd, to look to others as a compass for what is safe, acceptable, right. You don't just decide. You scan, you absorb, you reflect. And in doing so, the group begins to move within you, subtly folding your individuality into something smoother, more synchronized, something that feels like choice, but often begins as imitation. It starts early. As infants, we mimic facial expressions. We cry when others cry. We smile back before we understand the meaning. By the time we speak, we're already shaped by tone, gesture, rhythm. Not just language, but behavior itself becomes contagious. And this doesn't stop with age. As adults, we still follow the group, not with conscious obedience, but with the quiet pull of emotional resonance. You see it when a room laughs and you smile, even if you didn't hear the joke. You see it when a restaurant with a line out the door feels more trustworthy, even if you've never tasted the food. You see it when thousands of likes make a post feel smarter, funnier, more legitimate. Social proof is not just social, it's neural. It doesn't ask for your approval, it works beneath your awareness, offering the safety of conformity before you ever ask if it's true. The brain craves shortcuts, and social proof is one of the fastest. Instead of analyzing every choice, you scan for cues. What are others doing? What are they buying, believing, avoiding? It's efficient, it's ancient, and in many situations it works. If people run from a building, you run too. If everyone faces one way in an elevator, you turn. If a product is sold out, it must be good. If a speaker has applause, they must be right. Your mind doesn't need data, it needs patterns. And the crowd is a pattern that signals safety, belonging, approval. So you align, quietly, unconsciously, automatically. But that alignment has a cost. Because the crowd isn't always wise. The group isn't always right. What feels like truth may just be repetition. What looks like consensus might be silence, misread as agreement. And once the crowd becomes your compass, you stop noticing your own direction. You nod when you're unsure. You agree to fit in. You hesitate to challenge. Not because you're pretending, but because part of you truly starts to shift. Your neural pathways change when you align. Your reward centers light up. You feel validated, protected, safe. And safety in human psychology often ranks higher than truth. This isn't weakness, it's evolution. For most of human history, isolation meant death. Being cast out of the tribe wasn't just emotional, it was fatal. So your nervous system evolved to monitor belonging with extraordinary sensitivity. When you match the group, you're rewarded. When you differ, you feel it as pain. MRI scans show that social rejection activates the same brain regions as physical injury. This means that going against the group doesn't just feel risky, it hurts. So your brain finds ways to avoid that pain. You adapt, you conform, you blend. But in the modern world, the crowd you follow isn't always visible. It's online, it's algorithmic, it's curated. Your feed becomes your tribe. Your likes become your proof. You're shown what others approve, what others engage, what others condemn. And because the brain doesn't distinguish well between digital and physical cues, you internalize those signals just the same. The trending post, the viral comment, the ratio of thumbs up to thumbs down, these become your silent instructors, not by commanding you but by leaning you, suggesting, whispering, if this many people agree, maybe I should too. The danger lies in the comfort. Because social proof doesn't feel like manipulation. It feels like alignment. You start liking what others like, watching what others watch, believing what others believe, not as an act of submission, but as something that feels authentic. It becomes hard to tell the difference between resonance and suggestion. Did you genuinely feel moved by that story? Or was it the 300,000 hearts beneath it that told you to feel something? Did you really think that joke was funny? Or did the laughter track tell you when to smile? Even silence becomes a kind of proof. If no one criticizes an idea, it starts to feel more valid. If a behavior is repeated without challenge, it starts to feel normal. This is how norms form, not through truth, but through repetition and quiet approval. And the longer something goes unchallenged, the harder it becomes to question. You start to wonder, am I the only one who sees this differently? And that doubt, that inner whisper, is often enough to tip you back into line. Better to be quiet than to be cast out. Better to agree than to be alone. And so your opinions are shaped, not dramatically, not obviously, but softly. Your choices drift toward the middle. Your preferences echo the group. Your individuality becomes edited by consensus. And because everyone else is doing the same, the group becomes a mirror reflecting itself back endlessly, until what feels universal is often just unexamined. But this doesn't mean you're powerless. The moment you notice the pattern, you gain the space to question it. To ask, do I like this because I do or because others do? That one question asked sincerely breaks the trance. It doesn't remove the influence, but it illuminates it. It reminds you that just because something is popular doesn't mean it's meaningful. Just because something is accepted doesn't mean it's aligned with your truth. There's nothing wrong with wanting to belong. The need for connection, for approval, for resonance, it's human. But there's a difference between shared experience and silent surrender, between community and conformity. And that difference lives in awareness, in slowing down, in tracing your choices back to their roots and gently asking, Was this mine, or was it handed to me, wrapped in the comfort of agreement? You don't need to reject the group to reclaim yourself. You don't need to resist every consensus to be free. You just need to remember that your voice exists alongside the chorus, not beneath it. That sometimes the most honest alignment comes from stepping back, from listening without absorbing, from witnessing the crowd without becoming it, and in that witnessing you find a stillness, a center. You begin to see the signals more clearly, the laugh tracks, the trending tags, the echo chambers, not as truths, but as cues, as suggestions you are free to notice without obeying. And that freedom, small as it is, expands. With each decision you reclaim, with each moment you pause before nodding, before liking, before following, you start to rebuild a compass that doesn't require constant reassurance, direction that moves from the inside out. Because authenticity doesn't shout, it doesn't need applause, it simply waits, beneath the noise, beneath the crowd, in that quiet space where your truest self is still listening. And when you return to it, even briefly, you remember, you were never meant to vanish into the group. You were meant to move with awareness, to belong without losing yourself. And that kind of belonging, that inner alignment, may be the only kind that truly lasts. Fear doesn't knock at your door. It slips in quietly, through headlines, through warnings, through whispers designed to sound like concern. It doesn't shout, it suggests. And in that suggestion, something deep within you responds. Your heartbeat quickens, your thoughts narrow, and suddenly, without realizing why, you're paying attention. That's what fear does. It doesn't need to convince you logically, it just needs to create a possibility of danger, of loss, of regret. And in a world that runs on attention, fear is more than just a feeling, it's a tool, a lever, a currency. Because when you're afraid, you're engaged. You listen closer, you scroll longer, you act faster. And you do it not because you've been informed, but because you've been alarmed. Anxiety doesn't just live inside of you, it's engineered around you, crafted deliberately by systems that understand exactly how your brain works. They know that you're wired for survival, that the part of your mind most responsive to danger evolved in a time where the threats were real and immediate. Snakes, cliffs, predators in the night. And though those threats have changed, the circuitry remains. So now it lights up for a news story, for a countdown timer, for a flashing warning that says you might miss out, fall behind, or be left out entirely. It activates in moments of subtle suggestion. What if you don't act now? What if they know something you don't? What if this is your last chance? These aren't questions meant to inform. They are traps meant to direct. And fear, unlike reason, doesn't wait for evidence. It doesn't pause to verify. It floods your system with adrenaline and cortisol. It tells your brain to reduce complexity and find a quick answer. Now, safe or unsafe, yes or no, them or us. And that binary simplicity is exactly what makes fear-based messaging so effective, because it takes the complicated and compresses it into urgency, into impulse. It becomes not what's the best decision, but what keeps me alive right now, even when nothing is actually at stake. That's why fear sells so well. It sells products. It sells ideologies. It sells certainty in an uncertain world. It frames ordinary things as risky. It takes the common and paints it as critical. From health supplements to political campaigns, from insurance plans to breaking news updates, fear is the vehicle, the emotional hook. And it doesn't need to be big to be effective. A flicker of doubt is enough. A single line of red text. A story shared just before bedtime. A friend who says, "Did you hear about what happened?" Suddenly your mind is engaged, not by what's true, but by what might be true. And that might is powerful, because fear doesn't need reality. It just needs possibility. When you're in a state of fear, your body tightens, your breath shortens, your ability to reason narrows. And this isn't just metaphorical, it's biological. Your prefrontal cortex, responsible for critical thinking, begins to quiet. Your amygdala, the fear center, takes over. You're no longer analyzing, you're reacting. And in that reaction, choices are made, subscriptions are clicked, products are bought. Beliefs are formed, not because you chose them, but because you were guided into them by your nervous system. And the world understands this. That's why platforms don't just report events, they dramatize them. That's why commercials don't just describe benefits, they warn you about the consequences of not acting. That's why headlines are crafted to evoke dread, not clarity. Because when you're afraid, you're easier to shape. You stop exploring and start protecting. You stop questioning and start obeying. And most importantly, you keep watching. Because fear doesn't satisfy. It lingers. It creates a loop, one that keeps you coming back for reassurance, for resolution, for the next piece of the story that will help you feel safe again. But that story rarely comes, because the system is not built to calm you, it's built to keep you activated. This is not about paranoia, this is about design, and fear-based design is everywhere, in user interfaces that use red to suggest urgency, in checkout pages that say only 2 left, in donation campaigns that say we're falling short, in medical ads that flash side effects after reminding you what could go wrong without their product. Fear doesn't just trigger you, it builds dependency, because once you've been made anxious, you need a resolution. And often, the very thing that scared you offers the solution. Fear also isolates. It narrows your sense of trust. It divides. When someone wants to control behavior, fear is often the first step. Make the other side seem dangerous. Make disagreement feel disloyal. Make doubt feel reckless. Fear polarizes because it makes nuance unsafe. And in that lack of nuance, manipulation thrives. It becomes easier to sell you protection, to offer safety, to draw lines in the sand. And once you're on one side, stepping back begins to feel like betrayal, not just of your beliefs, but of your identity. But the most insidious part of fear-based messaging is how normal it feels. How easily it masquerades as vigilance, as responsibility, as common sense. You don't feel manipulated, you feel informed, you feel cautious. You feel prepared, but preparation without reflection is just conditioning. You begin to accept the stress, the tension, the constant anticipation. And when fear becomes familiar, it becomes invisible. You stop noticing the water you're swimming in, you just keep paddling, trying to stay afloat. There's no shame in responding to fear, it's deeply human. But there is power in noticing it, in asking, what is this message trying to make me feel, and who benefits if I feel that way? That question slows the cycle. It gives your nervous system space to breathe. It invites the prefrontal cortex back online, not to dismiss the fear, but to examine it, to ask, is this warning real? Is it proportionate? Is it serving me or just selling me something? And when you ask those questions often enough, fear loses some of its grip. It becomes something you can feel without obeying, something you can notice without surrendering. You start to see the tactics, the countdowns, the sirens, the exaggerated risks. And while you may still feel the pull, you begin to stand on steadier ground. You become harder to shape, not unafraid, but unhooked. Because fear, in its healthiest form, protects. It alerts. It signals something worth considering. But fear, in its manipulated form, controls. It narrows, it directs you toward decisions that may not be yours. And in a world where fear is engineered into systems, that distinction matters more than ever. Not to make you suspicious of everything, but to make you sovereign in your responses. The world will not stop using fear to get your attention. But you can change how you respond. You can become curious instead of reactive. You can replace urgency with inquiry. You can notice when your body is bracing and ask what for. You can remember that awareness doesn't erase fear, but it does return choice. And in that space, between the trigger and the reaction, you find something rare. something steady, a voice inside that asks, "Is this mine, or was it planted?" That voice, quiet and clear, is the start of freedom, not from fear, but from the invisible hands that once used it to guide your every move. There's a particular kind of urgency that pulses through your body, not the sharp stab of danger, but the quieter ache of almost missing something. A flash sale, a disappearing offer, a countdown clock that ticks down beside the words, "Only 2 left." You weren't even looking for that item. You didn't need it. You weren't thinking about it until someone whispered, "Maybe you can't have it much longer," and suddenly you want it. Not because it suits your needs, not because it aligns with your values, but because it might vanish. Because scarcity, even when artificial, triggers something deep and ancestral inside you. The fear of missing out, of being left behind, of losing access to what others might already be holding. You're not drawn to the thing itself, you're drawn to the feeling of potential loss, that ache in the chest, that tightening in your gut. That's not desire. It's anxiety dressed up as urgency. And the brain doesn't distinguish well between real scarcity and perceived scarcity. All it knows is that when something might disappear, it must matter. So you move fast, you click, you buy, you commit. You chase what you didn't even want a moment ago, simply because the window is closing, and in that moment, you don't feel manipulated, you feel decisive, assertive, like you're making a smart move, but you're not choosing based on value. You're reacting to a disappearing door. This is the scarcity illusion, a psychological effect so subtle and yet so powerful that it's woven into nearly every corner of your daily life. Products are labeled limited edition, even if they'll restock next month. Online retailers show fake stock counts, nudging you toward faster purchases. Events are advertised as invite only, making you wonder if you should want in. Even social settings use it. That person who doesn't text back right away. The job listing that vanishes after a day. The app that says only a few slots remain. These aren't just conditions, they're cues. Cues that tell your mind, act fast or lose your chance. And this works because your brain evolved in environments of real scarcity. In ancient times, food was seasonal, shelter wasn't guaranteed. If you stumbled upon abundance, you took it. If something was rare, it was precious. And if you hesitated, someone else might take it first. That wiring hasn't changed, but your environment has. Now, artificial scarcity is used as a strategy to compress your decisions, to suppress your questions, to distort your sense of value. And once you believe something is about to disappear, your brain floods with urgency chemicals, dopamine, cortisol, and the decision shifts from thoughtful to reactive. Not, do I need this, but can I afford to miss it? This isn't just about marketing, it's about the emotional framing of your entire decision-making process. Because scarcity alters not just what you want, but how much you believe it's worth. The fewer there are, the more valuable they must be. The harder it is to get, the more you must want it. And this belief doesn't need to be confirmed, it just needs to be triggered. You may have seen this in yourself. When something sold out becomes more desirable precisely because you can't have it. When that reservation at the exclusive restaurant suddenly feels like a status symbol. When a relationship becomes more compelling only after it begins to slip away. And companies know this. That's why they build entire systems around countdowns, limited access, wait lists, and VIP-only experiences, not to serve you better, but to manipulate your perception of value. Scarcity isn't a feature of the product, it's a feature of the illusion. And the more real it feels, the more you ignore other signals. Cost, fit, need, integrity. You stop asking if it aligns with your life and start asking only if you're fast enough to get it before it's gone. You're no longer deciding, you're racing. Even in relationships, this effect plays out. When someone is emotionally unavailable, their distance can trigger heightened desire. Not because they're the right person, but because their attention is scarce. And your brain interprets that scarcity as importance. It starts to overvalue the connection. It fantasizes about what's withheld. It assumes meaning in the gaps. And so you pursue not the person, but the resolution of the scarcity. You chase the closing window, not the reality behind it. This dynamic shows up in culture too, in how we define prestige and how we assign status. What's hard to get becomes what's worth having, and what's exclusive becomes what's assumed to be superior, the luxury brand, the private club, the elite institution. Scarcity becomes a symbol, not just of value but of identity. If you have what few can, you must be more successful, more deserving, more evolved. And so the illusion deepens, because now you're not just chasing the thing, you're chasing the version of yourself you believe you become by having it. But this chase comes with a cost, because when you make decisions under scarcity pressure, you override slower parts of your mind, the parts that ask, do I really want this? Does it serve me? Will I still value it tomorrow? Instead, you respond to the emotional tension of, I might lose it, and in that reaction you stop aligning with your truth and start aligning with the pressure. You act quickly, you act often, and later you might wonder why you committed to something that never felt quite right. That's the dissonance scarcity leaves behind. A quiet regret buried beneath the rush of almost losing something you never truly needed. And that regret, if unexamined, becomes another layer of conditioning. You start to fear missing out even more. You double down. You move faster next time. You chase the rush, not for the thing itself, but for the illusion of decisiveness, the illusion of winning, the illusion of not being left behind. Scarcity becomes not just a tool of manipulation, but a rhythm your nervous system learns to expect. The beat that plays in the background of your choices until silence feels unfamiliar. But scarcity loses power when it's seen, when you notice the timer and pause, when you hear the words last chance and ask, says who? When you feel the tightness in your chest and choose not to obey it. That's where clarity returns, not by resisting desire, but by recentering it, by asking, is this mine? Or is this urgency trying to tell me who I am? The truth is, what's meant for you doesn't require panic. Real value doesn't disappear just because you pause to breathe. And your alignment, what fits your values, your timing, your truth, will not slip away in the time it takes to reflect. In fact, it can only emerge in that time. Because reflection isn't delay, it's discernment. And the more you practice it, the more you rewire your response to scarcity. You begin to recognize the tactics. You start to hear the difference between genuine opportunity and manufactured urgency. You step off the loop that says fast equals smart. And in doing so, you start to reclaim not just your decisions, but your presence. Your ability to want slowly, to choose without compression, to remember that missing something artificial isn't failure, it's freedom. Because at the heart of the scarcity illusion is this lie, that you must rush or be forgotten, that you must grab or be excluded. But the truth is quieter. You are not defined by what you almost missed. You are shaped by what you consciously embrace. And no timer, no countdown, no disappearing offer can take that from you. You think you're responding to facts, that when someone presents you with information, your conclusions are based on what's objectively true. But more often than not, what you're reacting to isn't the fact itself, it's the frame around it. The way it's presented, the tone it carries, the order of the words, the colors surrounding it, the subtle emphasis placed on one part while another is gently minimized. Framing doesn't change the content. It changes your relationship to the content. And that shift, though quiet, can reroute your entire interpretation. Because your mind doesn't process information like a computer. It processes it like a storyteller. And every story depends on its frame. You see this in the way headlines shape your emotions. A headline that says 90% survival rate feels reassuring. One that says 10% mortality rate feels alarming, even though both describe the same reality. You didn't evaluate the statistic, you felt the frame. One presented life, the other presented death, and your emotional response followed that lead. not because your brain prioritized context before calculation. And once that emotional imprint is made, everything that follows is filtered through it. Framing works by activating specific neural pathways, emotional ones, instinctual ones, before your reasoning mind has a chance to step in. It guides your attention subtly, asking you to notice certain details while overlooking others. It doesn't argue, it suggests. And those suggestions shape your sense of clarity. Think of a courtroom. A lawyer doesn't have to prove the entire case in a sentence, they just need to frame the event. Was it an accident or an act of negligence? Was it self-defense or aggression? The same event can live in radically different emotional worlds, depending on which door you're invited to enter first. And this happens constantly in daily life. A politician introduces a policy as protecting families rather than regulating behavior. A company calls job cuts strategic restructuring instead of layoffs. A food label says 95% fat-free instead of 5% fat. These aren't lies, but they're not neutral either. They're carefully chosen linguistic frames designed to lead your brain in a specific emotional direction, and once you're inside that frame, you start interpreting details to match it. It's not just about the data, it's about the emotional path you're placed on before the data even arrives. You see this in marketing. You walk into a store and see a sign. Was $499.00 now $299.00. Suddenly, $299.00 feels like a deal, a victory, even if that item was never truly worth $499.00. The original price is a frame. It anchors your perception of value and makes everything afterward feel more reasonable. You're not just buying the product, you're buying the story around it, the story that you just avoided loss, that you outsmarted the system, that you found something scarce and valuable. Framing also appears in conversations. The way a question is asked often determines the range of answers you'll consider. Ask someone, "Why are you so upset?" and they'll search for evidence of anger, even if they weren't angry before. Ask, "What's going right today?" and their mind shifts to optimism. In therapy, in leadership, in parenting, the frame isn't just the setup, it's the seed. It determines what will grow next in the space between stimulus and response. And the most powerful frames are the ones you don't notice. They arrive embedded in tone, in rhythm, in cultural default. They pass through humor, through sarcasm, through silence. Sometimes, not framing something is itself a frame. What goes unsaid, what's omitted, what's brushed over. Those are frames too. And they shape your perception by what they failed to invite into the spotlight. Just as a camera frame determines what's visible and what's cropped out, psychological framing defines the boundary of your awareness. This happens internally as well. You frame your own experiences with the language you use in your head. Do you call a failure a lesson or a defeat? Do you describe your past as traumatic or as what made me who I am? Do you think of today as another exhausting day or as a moment to reset? The events may be the same, but the story you tell around them transforms how they live in your body, how they shape your mood, how they echo into tomorrow. Even memory is susceptible to framing. If someone reminds you of an event and frames it as embarrassing, your brain starts pulling up matching emotional textures. If someone reframes it as brave, you might remember the same moment with pride. This is because your mind isn't retrieving exact recordings. It's reconstructing impressions. And the reconstruction process is vulnerable to suggestion. Social media thrives on this. Posts go viral not just because of content, but because of how they're framed. A video framed as another example of injustice receives different emotional responses than one framed as a lesson in resilience, even if the video itself is identical. Hashtags, captions, filters, background music, they all operate as frames, guiding your attention, priming your emotional engagement. And once a frame spreads, it becomes harder to challenge. The narrative takes on a life of its own. Framing also divides, because two people can see the same statistic, the same policy, the same moment, and walk away with opposite beliefs. Not because one is misinformed, but because each was introduced to the information through a different lens, one that activated different fears, different values, different memories, and if they never step outside their frame, they won't even realize they're looking at the same picture. That's how misunderstanding calcifies, not from ignorance, but from incompatible contexts. But you're not helpless in this. Once you begin to notice the frame, the illusion softens. You can pause and ask, how was this presented? What words shaped my first impression? What would this same information feel like if it were said differently? These questions don't strip away the emotion, they deepen it. They move you from automatic reaction to intentional reflection. They give you back your interpretive agency. And this skill of reframing isn't about spinning the truth, it's about reclaiming your right to see the full picture, to step outside someone else's narrative and ask, what's missing here? To expand beyond the narrow hallway you were ushered into and explore the room you weren't told existed. Framing isn't inherently manipulative. It can also be healing. Reframing pain as growth, reframing struggle as resilience, reframing uncertainty as potential. The power goes both ways. And the more you practice it, the more fluent you become in the subtle language of perception. You begin to hear the spin behind the headline. You notice when fear is emphasized more than fact. You recognize when praise is laced with expectation. You start to choose your own metaphors, your own meaning, your own lens. Not perfectly, not always, but with increasing clarity. Because the frame will always be there, in every story, every conversation, every internal monologue. But once you see it, you're no longer confined by it. You can turn the picture, step back, adjust the light. You can ask yourself, is this how I want to see this? And in that moment you stop being just a receiver of meaning, you become its author. And maybe that's what awareness really is. Not the absence of influence, but the ability to recognize the shape of it, to gently hold your reactions up to the light and ask, who shapes this frame? And what happens if I reshape it for myself? The facts might stay the same, but the freedom to interpret them, that's where your power lives. Not in changing what is, but in choosing how you meet it. Not with someone else's story, but with your own. You think you're evaluating things rationally, that when a price is placed in front of you, you weigh its value, consider your needs, compare it to alternatives, and then decide whether it's worth it. But what if that number doesn't just sit there neutrally, waiting for you to judge it? What if that first number, whether it's logical, inflated, or completely arbitrary, quietly takes root in your mind and starts pulling everything else toward it? You're not just seeing a price, you're being primed by it. Because the human brain doesn't process value in isolation, it processes value in relation to what came first. And that first piece of information, however irrelevant, is the anchor. And it drags everything else with it. Anchoring is subtle, you might not even notice when it happens. You walk into a store and see a jacket marked was $499.00, now only $299.00. That original number, $499.00, isn't there to inform you, it's there to set a reference point. It tells your brain this is the baseline, and now anything lower feels like a win. Even if the actual value of the jacket was never close to $499.00, even if $299.00 is still far more than you would have considered paying. The original number doesn't disappear, it shapes your entire framework. You're no longer asking, is this worth $299.00? You're subconsciously asking, am I saving $200.00? And in that reframe, your judgment is already compromised. This isn't just about shopping. It happens in negotiations, in salaries, in investments. A real estate agent shows you a wildly overpriced home first, and suddenly, the next one, only slightly overpriced, feels reasonable. A job offer includes a high expected salary range, and you find yourself aiming higher, not because the work demands it, but because the frame was set. You tip more when the payment screen suggests larger default amounts, even if those numbers don't reflect the quality of service. And none of this feels manipulative, it feels natural. You're simply adjusting to the information you've been given. But the thing is, you didn't choose that information. Someone else did. Anchoring is powerful because it speaks directly to how your mind handles uncertainty. When you're not sure what something is worth, your brain instinctively latches onto the most available reference point. That first number becomes your compass, even if you know it's flawed. Research has proven this again and again. In one experiment, participants were asked to write down the last 2 digits of their social security number, then estimate the value of unrelated items. Those with higher digits consistently guessed higher values. Logically, the digits should have had 0 influence, but emotionally, they shaped perception. Because anchoring doesn't work on reason, it works on context, on the soft edges of your attention, on the psychological need for footing when the ground feels unstable. And once the anchor is set, everything that follows is interpreted in light of it. That's why luxury stores place their most expensive items front and center. Not because they expect you to buy the $12,000 0-cents handbag, but because, after seeing it, the $900 0-cents one looks modest by comparison. It's why subscription services offer 3 tiers. The basic one seems bare. The premium feels excessive. But the middle, just right. Not because it's objectively best, but because it's been framed that way, sandwiched between extremes. You're being guided, not forced. And it feels like your decision. That's what makes it effective. Even time is subject to anchoring. If someone tells you a task will take 5 hours and it ends up taking 3, it feels like a relief. If they say it'll take 1 and it takes 3, it feels like a failure. The actual time didn't change, only your expectation did. And that expectation becomes the invisible benchmark your experience is measured against. Anchoring distorts not just what you pay, but how you feel about what you get. It's not the outcome alone that defines your satisfaction. It's the gap between the outcome and the anchor. This plays out in more personal ways, too. Think about how people describe themselves on dating profiles or resumes. They lead with certain credentials, certain numbers, certain comparisons. Intentionally or not, they're setting anchors. And once you've absorbed those anchors, your perception of them shifts. You're no longer evaluating in a vacuum. You're comparing what's in front of you to the version they presented first. And the farther they can stretch that first impression, the more leeway they gain in how you interpret the rest. Anchoring isn't inherently deceptive, but it is deeply influential, and when used without awareness, it can lead to choices that don't align with your needs, values, or goals. You might spend more, tip more, agree faster, accept less, all because someone else defined normal before you could define it for yourself. And the hardest part, you won't feel manipulated. You'll feel like you made a well-considered decision. That's the illusion. Anchoring doesn't override your judgment with force, it tilts it with subtlety. And this happens even when you try to resist it. Just being exposed to a number makes you more likely to gravitate toward it. It becomes a gravitational force in your cognitive field. You can try to compensate, but unless you're trained in recognizing it, you'll usually adjust less than you think. You'll believe you're being critical, when really, you're just orbiting closer to the anchor than you realize. Because breaking free from a mental anchor requires more than skepticism, it requires context, comparison, slowness. And in a world designed to make you decide fast, anchoring thrives. But once you start to see it, you gain leverage. You pause when the original price is slashed. You question whether the offer was ever truly worth what they claimed. You notice when an email suggests urgency with phrases like "normally valued at" or "you're saving," and you ask, according to who? You begin to ask your own questions. What is this worth to me? What would I pay if no number had been shown yet? That moment of pausing, of decoupling from the planted reference point, is where clarity begins. Anchoring can also show up in the way you view yourself. past failures, past prices you paid, past standards you accepted. They become internal anchors. You might undervalue yourself because of what you once settled for, or you might overvalue something simply because you've already invested in it. This is the sunk cost effect, a cousin to anchoring, where you continue down a path not because it's right, but because it's anchored to what you've already given. And in these moments, the question becomes, if I saw this for the first time today, what would I think? That question breaks the trance. It invites presence. It resets the anchor. You'll never fully escape anchoring. It's part of how your mind orients itself in a world full of ambiguity. But you can get better at noticing when it's happening. You can question the numbers you're given. You can create your own benchmarks, and more importantly, you can slow down. Because anchoring loses power in stillness. When you're not rushed, when you step back, when you allow your own sense of value, not someone else's number, to guide your decisions. And in that quiet space, where urgency fades and clarity returns, you might realize that the price was never the point. The anchor was never real, and the only number that mattered was the one that felt right to you, not the one that made you react, but the one that made you feel aligned. That's where real value lives, not in the first number you saw, but in the truth you were willing to wait for. You don't notice the moment it begins. You're just picking up your phone to check something, an email, a message, the weather, but within seconds your thumb is scrolling, your eyes are scanning, your attention is hooked. A reel auto plays, a notification lights up, a badge glows red in the corner, and before you realize it, you're 30 minutes deep into an app you had no intention of opening. You didn't plan to stay, you didn't even know what you were looking for. But something inside you was searching, not for information, not for connection, for something much quieter, something that flickers like a pulse beneath the surface. The next hit of dopamine. Dopamine is not the chemical of pleasure, it's the chemical of pursuit, of anticipation, of motivation. It doesn't reward you for having, it rewards you for reaching. And digital design has learned exactly how to trigger that pursuit, not with substance, but with suggestion, with the endless potential of something more content, more likes, more news, more replies, more updates. Not because each piece is valuable, but because one of them might be funny, might be validating, might be interesting, might be upsetting, might be just enough to keep you there. That might is the hook. And dopamine responds not to certainty, but to possibility. This isn't accidental, it's engineered. Every major platform has studied your neural responses, your habits, your lulls in attention. They know when you're most likely to open an app. They know how long it takes before you disengage. And just before that moment, they offer you something else. A new message, a suggested video, a friend's story, a perfectly timed buzz. And suddenly your attention reattaches, as your brain's reward system doesn't wait for satisfaction, it lights up in the approach, in the prediction, in the idea that something good might be just a few taps away. This is why social media never really ends. There's no "you're done" screen. There's no exit point. Instead, there's infinite scroll, endlessly loading feeds, videos that autoplay the next one before you can blink, notifications that stack without resolution, each one offering a potential reward but rarely delivering something meaningful. Because meaning isn't the point. Engagement is. And your engagement, your continued presence on the screen, is what the entire architecture is designed to capture. The more time you spend chasing that next flicker of novelty, the more data you generate. The more ads you see, the more the system learns how to keep you inside. And because dopamine thrives on unpredictability, these platforms are designed like digital slot machines. You never know what's coming next. Sometimes it's a viral post. Sometimes it's a message from someone you like. Sometimes it's nothing at all. And that variability is what makes it addictive. If every scroll gave you exactly what you expected, your brain would adapt. But when some scrolls reward you and others don't, the anticipation remains alive. Just like a gambler pulling the lever, Your brain is looking for that intermittent win. And even when the reward is minor, an emoji, a view count, a heart, it's enough to reinforce the behavior, enough to make you check again. This is where the line between tool and trap begins to blur, because you may open the app to check the time or reply to a friend, but you stay because of the loop that was built not to help you complete a task, but to keep you from completing anything at all. It's a loop designed to reset your reward system, to lower your tolerance for stillness, to make focus feel boring and distraction feel like relief, and over time, your brain begins to rewire itself. Not in theory, in chemistry. Neural pathways are strengthened, habits are formed, your baseline for stimulation rises, and what used to satisfy you no longer does. This is why deep focus becomes harder, why reading a full article feels exhausting, why even silence starts to itch. You've been trained, not consciously, not maliciously, but effectively, to expect constant stimulation, to reach for your phone in moments of discomfort, uncertainty, or boredom. Not to escape something, but to seek that tiny signal. You've been seen, you've been rewarded, you still matter. And those signals, though brief and shallow, begin to fill the emotional spaces once occupied by more deliberate experience. And when you try to pull away, you might feel restless, foggy, uneasy. Not because you're addicted in the traditional sense, but because your brain has come to expect a certain rhythm of dopamine. When that rhythm is interrupted, you feel it. You crave the loop. You reach for the familiar triggers, even when part of you knows they're not giving you what you truly want. This is what makes digital design so powerful. It doesn't just hold your attention, it reshapes the way attention feels. But not all dopamine is bad. It's a crucial part of motivation, learning, joy. The problem isn't dopamine itself, it's how it's being harvested, how it's being redirected away from meaningful pursuit and toward endless consumption, and how, slowly, that shift begins to influence not just your behavior but your self-image. Because when your value is reflected back to you through likes, views, shares, you begin to internalize those numbers. You begin to see yourself through metrics, to chase external signals for internal worth. And the chase never ends, because the system isn't built for satisfaction, it's built for repetition. Even the smallest details are calibrated to trigger response. The red notification badge, the vibration when you scroll past something, the sound of a message sending. These micro rewards bypass thought. They live in sensation, and they keep you participating without asking why, without noticing that much of what you're doing isn't actually intentional, it's reactive, conditioned, automatic. You're no longer choosing, you're following cues laid out to feel like choices. But there's a quiet power in noticing, in asking, why did I just open this app? What was I hoping to feel? Did I find it? That awareness slows the loop. It gives you a window, a breath, between the trigger and the reaction. And in that space, you remember what it feels like to act deliberately, to pursue something with depth, to find reward not in likes but in clarity, in creating, in connecting beyond metrics, and beyond conflict. You don't need to quit technology. You don't need to demonize platforms, but you do need to reclaim your rhythm, to choose when you give your attention and when you keep it, to design your time with intention. Because the world isn't going to stop optimizing for your engagement. That's the economy. But you can stop letting your worth be measured by how clickable you are. You can return to patterns that nourish you, not because they're fast, but because they're real. And when you do, dopamine becomes something else. Not a hook, but a compass. Not a lure, but a signal. It guides you toward the things that matter, not the things that flash. And slowly you begin to rewire, to retrain, to remember that presence can be rich, that attention is not just a resource, it's your life, and you are allowed to give it where it belongs, not to the next scroll, not to the next notification, but to what truly brings you alive, not just once, not just briefly, but over time, sustainably, intentionally, one moment, one breath, one choice at a time. It's not the reward that hooks you, it's the possibility of the reward, the uncertainty, the space between now and next, the maybe, that flicker of potential just out of reach, just plausible enough to chase. That's what your brain latches onto, not the thing itself, but the chance, the promise, the imagined future where something better is about to arrive. If you just stay a little longer, scroll a little further, check one more time. You think you're searching for answers, connection, excitement. But what you're actually reacting to is a neurological loop that thrives on suspense, the reward anticipation loop. A cycle where dopamine isn't triggered by what you get, but by the thrill that you might get something. Your brain is wired to anticipate. That's how it survived. In nature, you never knew exactly where food would be. You had to keep looking, foraging, scanning the terrain. Your brain evolved to reward effort, not just outcomes. And that reward came in the form of dopamine. Not when you found the fruit, but when you spotted the tree, when you noticed the sound in the bushes, when you imagined the next possible win. This system made you persistent. It made you resilient. But in a digital world where stimuli are endless and effort is minimal, that same system is being hijacked, not to help you survive, but to keep you circling a loop that was designed to never satisfy you. Apps, games, slot machines, dating platforms, they all use the same principle: variable reward. Sometimes you get something, sometimes you don't. And the unpredictability is the point. It keeps your brain guessing, hoping, reaching. And each time you reach, your brain releases another drip of dopamine, not because you've succeeded, but because you might. It's that word, might, that's been weaponized. It's the hook embedded in every new notification, every limited time offer, every someone liked you but you have to pay to see who. The system keeps you hovering at the edge of satisfaction, always reaching for what's next. And in that reach, you become tethered, not to content, but to hope. This is why so many people compulsively check their phones, even when they know nothing new is likely to be there. It's not logic, it's conditioning, a kind of learned helplessness wrapped in stimulation. Maybe this time there will be a message. Maybe this video will finally hit. Maybe this new match will feel different. You're not reacting to reality, you're reacting to possibility. And the more uncertain the outcome, the more your brain clings to the anticipation. In this loop, silence becomes unbearable. Waiting feels like withdrawal. You're not addicted to content. You're addicted to the gap before the content, the flicker of curiosity, the hit of wonder. And even when the result disappoints, the cycle resets. Because your brain doesn't need satisfaction to reinforce behavior. It just needs the next chance. And so you stay in the loop, refreshing, scrolling, tapping. Always hungry, never full, because the loop isn't meant to end. It's meant to sustain engagement, to keep you emotionally invested in a reward that rarely arrives the way you imagined. And the cruel irony is this: the more you chase maybe, the more numb you become to certainty. Things that are real, consistent, and reliable start to feel boring. They don't offer the thrill of the unknown. They don't spike your dopamine. They don't keep you on edge. And so your nervous system begins to crave the chase more than the catch. You become attuned to tension, but not resolution. Excitement, but not peace. Novelty, but not depth. And slowly, almost invisibly, you forget how to feel at ease without the rush of what if. This conditioning shows up everywhere. You wait for the next email, the next sale, the next update. You keep a dozen tabs open, scanning for something to shift. You refresh your social feed, not for anything specific, but for anything at all. It's the same pattern that shows up in gambling, in compulsive shopping, in obsessive dating. The environment changes, but the loop remains. A system of spikes and dips, highs and emptiness, all tethered to the unpredictable nature of the reward. And because unpredictability is what keeps the system alive, the system has no incentive to resolve your anticipation. The longer you're waiting, the more engaged you stay, the more data you generate, the more profitable your attention becomes. Even relationships can become caught in this loop. The partner who gives just enough to keep you hoping, the text that comes late, the validation that's inconsistent, the love that never quite lands. You become addicted not to the person, but to the possibility of who they might be. If only they changed, if only they opened up, if only they became what you imagined. And in that addiction to maybe, you lose track of what's actually happening. You trade clarity for anticipation. And you stay, not because it's good, but because you're waiting for it to become good. Reward anticipation loops hijack your time, but they also erode your trust in stillness. When every moment is wired for stimulation, the absence of it feels like emptiness. But that emptiness isn't real. It's withdrawal, the soft ache of a brain waiting for the next trigger. And unless you learn to sit through it, to tolerate the discomfort of not knowing, not chasing, not rewarding, you'll keep returning to the loop that promises relief but delivers only repetition. To break the loop, you have to interrupt the pattern, not by force, but by awareness. Notice when you're reaching without reason. Ask yourself, what am I hoping for right now? If the answer is vague, if it's something or anything, pause. Let that pause stretch. Don't fill it. Let the craving rise without obeying it. Not to punish yourself, but to observe the nature of the cycle. And in that observation, you begin to reclaim choice. The real reward isn't hidden in an unpredictable feed. It's found in deliberate action, in meaningful creation, in relationships that are slow and certain, in goals that require effort, not just impulse. The thrill of maybe fades. The weight of yes endures. And while it may not spike your dopamine in the same way, it builds something else. Stability, integrity, satisfaction that grows slowly but stays. It's not easy to step away from systems designed to hook your mind, but it is possible to step back far enough to see them, to feel the itch and not scratch it, to remember that every maybe costs you attention, time, peace. And while some maybes are worth chasing, the dream, the risk, the stretch, most are distractions dressed as opportunity. They lure you not toward purpose but toward pause, perpetual looping, pause. But you can choose differently. You can choose the reward of now, of finishing something, of not needing the next thing, of being present with what is, because that presence, it doesn't come with a flashing light or a buzzer. It doesn't bait you with novelty, but it anchors you. And in a world built on anticipation, being here, fully, completely, deliberately, might just be the most radical reward of all. You don't always know why you clicked. Your hand just moved, almost on its own. You tapped agree without reading. You hit next without thinking. You chose the blue button, not the grey one, and you couldn't explain why. But the truth is, it wasn't a neutral choice. It was designed. Someone, somewhere made that button blue on purpose. They made it bigger, brighter, bolder than the others. And they knew what that would do to your brain, that it would draw your eyes, feel safer, feel more urgent. This wasn't your intuition, it was architecture. You didn't decide, you were nudged. Digital nudging is the invisible hand beneath your digital behavior, a series of subtle, almost imperceptible pushes that shape your decisions. Before you even realize a decision has been made, it doesn't force, it doesn't demand, it guides, it simplifies, it whispers instead of shouts. And in a world of overwhelming options, your brain listens, because your brain doesn't want to evaluate every choice. It wants ease, fluency, movement. And digital design knows that. It leans into it. It builds experiences that look like freedom but operate like funnels, where every step has been calculated to lead you where they want you to go, whether it's to subscribe, share, spend, or stay. Every layout you see, every menu option, every notification placement is the result of behavioral science. There are teams of designers whose job is not just to make things pretty, but to make things persuasive. They study how long your eye lingers on a certain corner, how fast your finger scrolls, where hesitation happens, and then they remove friction. They smooth the path. They grease the rails of your attention so you slide into decisions without pausing to question. And it works, because the part of your mind that reflects slow, deliberate, logical, is often bypassed. What acts first is instinct, pattern, the lizard brain, the part that just wants to get through the screen and back to comfort. And so you're nudged. Nudged to accept cookies, nudged to sign up, nudged to keep your subscription active, not through deception, but through design. The cancel button is hidden behind multiple steps, grayed out, worded confusingly. The accept button is bright, clear, placed exactly where your thumb expects it to be. It feels obvious, but it's not. It's behavioral manipulation hiding in plain sight. You don't question it because it doesn't feel aggressive. But that's the point. Nudging thrives on subtlety, on the illusion of ease. This isn't new. Supermarkets have been placing items at eye level for decades. Casinos design layouts to keep you moving without clocks or windows. But digital nudging is more precise, more data-driven, more personal. Because online everything you do is tracked. Your clicks, your hesitations, your pauses, your backtracks. And that data feeds the next nudge. It adapts, learns, optimizes. Not to help you think, but to help you convert. Engage. Spend, obey. Think about subscription models, free trials that auto-renew unless cancelled within a narrow window. It's not just that you forgot, it's that forgetting was part of the design. They didn't send a reminder. They made cancellation harder than enrollment. That's not oversight, that's nudging. Or think about app permissions. You're rushed to accept location tracking because the app needs it to work. Even if it doesn't. The language is designed to pressure, to imply necessity, and because you're in a hurry, you allow it. Not because you agree, but because resistance requires effort. And the system is built to make effort feel wrong. Nudging also exploits emotional states. When you're tired, overwhelmed, distracted, you're more suggestible, more likely to default. And digital systems are aware of this. That's why alerts show up late at night, why sales hit during peak stress hours, why notifications arrive when your attention is most fragile. Not by chance, by strategy. Your emotional vulnerability becomes a lever. Even the language of nudging is manipulative. Options are framed to sound morally loaded. Yes, I care about saving money, versus no, I don't care about smart spending. You're not just clicking a box. You're being emotionally manipulated into compliance. You're being nudged not only by layout, but by guilt, by framing, by engineered shame. And over time, this changes the way you relate to choice. You begin to mistake what's easy for what's right, what's visible for what's best, what's automatic for what's natural. But your natural instincts have been hijacked by an artificial environment, one designed not to empower your autonomy but to guide it, gently, invisibly, toward outcomes that serve someone else's goal. And the scariest part? It works best when it feels seamless, when you don't feel pressured, when you believe you've chosen. Because if the manipulation is overt, you resist. But if it looks like convenience, you comply. Nudging wraps coercion in comfort, and so you move forward, not because you decided to, but because you were nudged just enough not to stop. This has real consequences. Nudging shapes what you believe you want. It shapes the direction of your clicks, but also the trajectory of your behavior. You don't just buy what you didn't need. You start to desire what you were trained to value. You develop habits around what was made accessible. You normalize the path of least resistance. And you forget that resistance is sometimes necessary, but awareness disrupts the nudge. When you start to see the patterns, you begin to slow the loop. You ask, why is this button here? Why does this feel urgent? Who benefits if I click? You begin to reclaim the space between stimulus and response. That space is where freedom lives, not in removing all nudges, but in seeing them, naming them, choosing with eyes open. You won't always catch every trick. That's okay. This isn't about paranoia. It's about presence. about realizing that even the smallest interactions are shaped by someone's intention. And once you know that, you get to bring your own intention back into the room. You get to decide when ease is helpful and when it's a trap, when convenience aligns with your values and when it's a disguise. Nudging isn't always bad. It can help you remember good habits, make healthy choices, follow through on goals. But the difference is who controls the nudge and for whose benefit. When the nudge serves your well-being, it's guidance. When it serves a metric, a profit, a conversion rate, it's exploitation wrapped in UX. You are not powerless in this. Every time you slow down, every time you pause before clicking, every time you ask why this instead of just saying yes, you train your brain to see again, to think again, to feel again. You return from automation to agency, and in a world of designed obedience, your awareness is a kind of rebellion, a quiet refusal to be led by invisible strings. You may still move through digital spaces, you may still click, still subscribe, still scroll, but now you do so awake. And that changes everything, not the design itself, but your posture within it. Because your hand will always move before your mind, until your mind is trained to listen first, to interrupt the motion, to reclaim the moment, to say, "This is my choice," not because it was nudged, but because I truly meant it. You listen differently when someone speaks with authority. Their tone is steady, their language is crisp, their appearance is curated, clean suit, neat posture, confident eyes. They speak without hesitation, they sound sure, and that certainty is contagious. Before you've fully processed what they've said, a part of you is already nodding, already complying, already believing, because when someone looks the part, dresses the part, and plays the part of authority, your mind often skips the next step. It stops evaluating, it stops questioning, it obeys. Not because you thought it through, but because they seemed like someone who already did. This is the quiet power of authority bias, a psychological shortcut where we assume people in positions of perceived authority are more competent, more knowledgeable, more right. Their words carry weight not because they're correct, but because they come dressed in the symbols of power, titles, accents, doctorates, badges, platforms, the polished sheen of credibility that tells your brain, you can trust this, and trust, once established, doesn't just inform, it commands. It shifts your posture from discernment to deference. You were conditioned early. As a child, you listened to teachers, parents, police officers. You learned that people in uniforms knew more, that grown-ups with rules were right. You didn't understand the complexities of context or truth. You understood rank, tone, the difference between someone who had power and someone who didn't. And those early patterns never fully left. They live in your adult brain as reflexes. You hear doctor says, or as seen on TV, or according to experts, and part of you leans forward. You stop asking, is this true, and start asking, who said it, and the answer becomes the evidence. This is why ads use actors in lab coats, why motivational speakers adopt corporate cadence, why conspiracy theorists wear glasses and cite footnotes. Because the performance of authority is often enough to activate compliance. And it doesn't have to be real, it just has to feel real. Your mind doesn't have the bandwidth to verify everything, so it outsources trust to symbols, and those symbols, when combined with confidence, can override even your best logic. Think of the famous Milgram experiment. Participants were instructed by a man in a lab coat to deliver electric shocks to another person. The shocks weren't real, but the participants didn't know that. They hesitated, they were distressed, but they obeyed. Why? Because the man in the lab coat told them to, because he looked like someone who knew better, someone in charge, someone responsible. Authority bias turned moral discomfort into submission, and most of them followed orders, even when those orders felt wrong. This same dynamic plays out today in subtler forms. You're more likely to believe health advice when it's delivered by someone with "doct" in their username. You trust information that appears on websites with professional design, even if the content is shallow. You defer to influencers with millions of followers, not because they've earned your trust, but because the numbers imply that someone else already has. The more polished the packaging, the more easily your skepticism falls asleep. Authority bias also shows up in workplaces. When the boss speaks, people listen, not because the idea is brilliant, but because it came from the top. When a senior executive enters a meeting, the energy shifts. People edit themselves, agree faster, doubt less, not because of logic, but because of hierarchy. And that hierarchy shapes what gets built, what gets ignored, what gets believed. Sometimes the best ideas are silenced not by criticism, but by reverence. Even in news media, authority bias plays a central role. Certain networks, certain anchors, certain publications carry reputational gravity. They frame stories not just with facts, but with tone. And when that tone carries the mark of authority, your critical thinking softens. You assume they've done the homework. You assume the takeaway is valid. But authority bias doesn't guarantee truth. It guarantees influence, and that influence can be used for guidance or for manipulation. Politicians understand this. So do cult leaders. So do charismatic CEOs. They project confidence, they speak in absolutes, they weaponize certainty. Because uncertainty invites questions, and authority bias thrives on the absence of doubt. When someone speaks with enough conviction, many people stop listening to the content and start absorbing the cadence. They follow the sound of leadership, even if the direction is unclear. And authority isn't just about people, it's about platforms. You're more likely to believe something if it appears on a verified account, in a glossy magazine, on a sleek app. The aesthetic of legitimacy becomes a stand-in for actual legitimacy. You see a viral video with sharp editing and you assume it's credible. You read a blog post with scientific fonts and diagrams and you nod along, not because you fact-checked it, but because it looks like something that doesn't need to be fact-checked. That illusion is the trap. Authority bias doesn't require accuracy, it just needs the appearance of control. This bias can even affect how you judge yourself. If someone with credentials criticizes you, it stings deeper. If a professional tells you you're not ready, you believe them. If an expert questions your idea, you doubt it, even if you were confident before, even if their critique is vague. Their status becomes your compass and you stop trusting your own internal signal. That's the danger. Authority bias doesn't just distort your view of others. It can distort your relationship to yourself. But authority isn't always earned. Sometimes it's inherited, bought, faked, staged. And when you don't examine it, you risk giving your power away to voices that don't deserve it. You risk following paths that weren't made for you, believing stories that weren't told for your benefit, obeying systems that profit from your obedience. All because someone sounded sure of themselves in a suit. To reclaim clarity, you don't have to distrust all authority, you just have to separate authority from truth. Ask yourself, would I still believe this if a less confident person said it? Would I still follow this advice if it came from someone without a platform? Is this voice helping me think or asking me not to? Those questions break the trance. They return you to your own center. Because real authority empowers you. It doesn't eclipse you, it invites questions. It welcomes nuance. It doesn't require submission to function. It offers insight, not control. And when you find that kind of authority, internal or external, you'll know it. Because it won't ask for your obedience. It'll ask for your participation. It won't speak over your truth. It'll walk beside it. So next time you feel the pull, the automatic trust, the reflexive agreement, pause. Notice what's being worn, what's being emphasized, what credentials are being dangled, and ask, is this wisdom or is it performance? Is this guidance or is it theater? Because your obedience is powerful, and before you give it away, make sure it belongs to someone who earned it, not just someone who rehearsed it. You didn't choose it, but you didn't stop it either. And so it became yours. A subscription renews. A privacy setting remains on. A checkbox stays filled in. A default option slides into place because you never changed it. You never objected. You never opted out. So now you've opted in, without a word, without a click, without a moment of reflection. That's the quiet tyranny of the default effect, where the absence of action is treated as agreement, where inaction is not neutral, it's decisive. And in a world increasingly designed around automation, your silence isn't just accepted, it's counted, it's monetized, it's turned into consent. Default guide behavior more powerfully than most realize. When a decision is placed in front of you with a pre-selected option, your brain instinctively leans into it, not because you've evaluated its merit, but because the effort to change it feels greater than the benefit of doing so. It's inertia masquerading as logic. And digital platforms know this. They know you're more likely to stick with the default than question it. So they use that to their advantage. Subtle nudges in the form of pre-ticked boxes, pre-approved permissions, auto-enrolled programs. You're not choosing. You're being steered. And because the process feels passive, you don't notice the loss of autonomy. It happens with cookie settings. You land on a site and the Accept All button is glowing. The customization options are buried behind menus worded in jargon, set to track everything by default. Most people don't touch them. Not because they agree, but because it takes work to disagree. Because challenging the default feels like swimming upstream. And so the choice is made for you, not by force, but by structure. It happens in workplaces, where silence in a meeting is interpreted as consensus, where not objecting becomes agreement, where the loudest voice sets the course not because everyone followed, but because no one interrupted. And over time, this builds a culture where not speaking up becomes standard, where people start to confuse discomfort with acceptance, where no resistance is assumed to mean shared vision. But what if the silence wasn't compliance? What if it was fear, confusion, fatigue, or simply the absence of space to speak? The default effect is everywhere. Organ donation policies vary dramatically depending on whether the default is opt-in or opt-out. In countries where you must actively register to donate organs, the participation rate is low. In countries where you're automatically a donor unless you object, the participation rate is high. The difference isn't values, it's design. It's how the choice is framed. And that framing shapes the outcome of millions of lives. On streaming platforms, autoplay is the default. One episode flows into the next. One video queues up another. You didn't plan to keep watching, but the default was continuation, not completion. And your brain, caught in the momentum, often doesn't resist. You wake up hours later, unsure how you got from one clip to the next. Not because you chose each step, but because you didn't choose to stop. Even in relationships, the default effect creeps in. Habits are formed, roles are settled into, patterns become familiar. You start tolerating things you never consciously agreed to. You stop bringing up what matters because it's easier not to disrupt the routine. And over time, your life starts to reflect choices you never really made. You just didn't resist them. You didn't disrupt the default. The danger of defaults isn't just in what you agree to, it's in what you miss. The better alternative you didn't investigate. The boundary you didn't assert. The voice you didn't raise. Defaults narrow your field of vision. They create a false sense of consensus, and they erode the muscle of choice. Because every time you let a default pass, the act of choosing becomes harder to retrieve. You start to believe the path you're on is the only one that ever existed. But that path was set. You didn't pave it. The systems around you rely on this. Terms of service agreements stretch for pages written in language no ordinary person wants to decode. But you accept, not because you read it, not because you agree, but because the button is there. The process moves you forward only if you comply. That's not a choice, it's a funnel. And once you've passed through it, your data, your behavior, your identity are shaped by agreements you didn't consciously make. This happens with politics too. You stay silent on an issue, you skip the vote, you don't challenge a harmful idea when it shows up in conversation, and slowly the silence adds up. It becomes part of the public record, a landscape where voices go missing not because they weren't there, but because they weren't heard, or because they weren't loud enough to challenge the default. But the real cost of the default effect is internal. It's in the way you begin to lose touch with your power to choose, to speak, to edit your life, to interrupt momentum. You start to believe that what's happening to you is just the way things are, that if you didn't stop it, it must be what you wanted. But that's a lie, a dangerous one, because life isn't just built on what you do, it's also shaped by what you allow. Awareness is the only antidote. You have to look at the moments where your hand moved without your mind, where the button was clicked, the agreement was made, the silence lingered, and ask, was that really my choice? And if the answer is no, or even I'm not sure, then pause, slow down. Don't accept the terms just because they're there. Don't let the settings remain just because they're already selected. Don't assume silence equals alignment, because sometimes silence is the residue of exhaustion, of not being given the space to choose. The next time you're faced with a decision, notice the default, not just the technical one, but the emotional one, the habitual one, the social one. Who benefits if you don't act? What do you lose by staying quiet? What would it take to interrupt the slide and say, no, I'll do this on my own terms? That's not rebellion. That's authorship. You don't have to challenge everything. You don't have to turn your life into a constant audit, but you do have to stay awake. Because the world is not neutral. It's designed, and if you don't participate in that design, you will be shaped by it anyway. Your choices are still yours, but only if you remember to make them. Only if you remember that not choosing is also a choice, and it's one that serves someone else's intention, not always your own. And in those moments, when silence tempts you, when convenience pulls at you, when the pre-selected option sits waiting, ask yourself not what's easiest, but what's true. Ask yourself not what's already been chosen, but what you actually want. Because life moves forward either way. The only question is whether you're steering it or being carried by someone else's current. Inaction is not safety. Silence is not peace, and the default is not always right. Sometimes it's just the quietest kind of control. Awareness is the first filter, noticing when your state suddenly shifts without a clear source, asking yourself what just entered my space, who have I been around, what have I been scrolling through, and if the answer leads you outside of yourself, then the feeling might not be yours. It might have landed on you, but it didn't come from you. That distinction is everything. It gives you space. It allows you to separate the contagion from your core, the signal from the static. Boundaries are the next layer of protection, not walls, but energetic filters. Choosing how long you stay in emotionally dense spaces, being mindful of the conversations you allow into your body, curating your digital feed with the same care you'd use to guard your home. Because emotional hygiene matters. You clean your hands to avoid germs. You can clean your field to avoid emotional residue. Not by withdrawing from life, but by noticing what sticks to you and learning how to shake it off. Regulation is the third tool. Your nervous system can be recentered through breath, movement, stillness, laughter, nature, anything that brings you back to yourself. Because emotions once named and moved through lose their grip, but emotions left unnamed, unacknowledged, unprocessed, they linger. They become moods, and those moods, if carried long enough, become identity. That's the danger. When someone else's temporary state becomes your long-term self-perception, and you confuse a contagion for a character trait. You are allowed to feel deeply, to connect fully, but you are not required to carry what is not yours. Compassion does not mean absorption. Love does not mean leaking. Presence does not mean possession. You can sit beside someone's fire without throwing yourself into it. You can witness pain without becoming it. That's not detachment. That's skill. That's mastery. That's emotional sovereignty. In a world this loud, this fast, this saturated with feeling, reclaiming your emotional baseline is radical. It's how you remain sane, how you stay soft without dissolving, how you listen without losing your own voice. Because your emotions are messengers, and when they are drowned out by everyone else's, you miss the truth they carry. You miss the wisdom that lives in your own signal. So begin to ask, is this mine? And if the answer is no, breathe, release, reset. You're not cold, you're not cruel. You're clearing the static so you can show up clearer, fuller, stronger. Because emotional contagion is real, but so is emotional clarity. And when you live from that place, you become not just a receptor, but a transmitter. A new source of calm, of coherence, of truth. The kind of presence that helps others come home to themselves without ever losing yourself in the process. Comfort in the loop, and in that comfort critical thinking slips. But the repetition illusion isn't always external. It happens inside your own mind. You repeat thoughts, inner narratives, old stories. Maybe they were never true, maybe they came from childhood, from trauma, from someone else's projection. But you've told them to yourself so many times that now they feel like facts. I'm not good enough. I always mess things up. People can't be trusted. These aren't conclusions, they're loops, and each repetition strengthens the illusion that they must be accurate, but they're not. They're just well rehearsed. This is how beliefs become cages, not through force but through familiarity. You don't question what you hear every day. You absorb it, you embody it, you defend it. Not because it's rooted in truth, but because it's been woven into your daily exposure. And the longer it lives inside you, the harder it is to notice that it was never yours to begin with. So how do you break the illusion? It starts with disruption, with paying attention to what's being repeated and by whom. Ask yourself, have I heard this before? Is this new information or just a recycled idea? Do I believe this because it's true or because it's familiar? That small pause creates distance. It invites discernment. It interrupts the automatic slide from recognition to belief. You also have to monitor your inputs. Because repetition isn't neutral. What you expose yourself to becomes your mental diet, and like any diet, it shapes your health. If your feed is full of fear, outrage, comparison, and cynicism, those patterns will start to live in you. Even if you disagree with them intellectually, emotionally your system begins to adapt. And that adaptation changes how you see the world. Replace the repetition. Choose new loops. Repeat kindness. Repeat gratitude. Repeat truths you want to grow into. Speak them even if they feel awkward. Write them even if they feel unearned. Your brain responds to practice, and over time the new message becomes the new familiar. You're not stuck with the narratives you've inherited, but you do have to be intentional about the ones you rehearse. Because familiarity is powerful. It can make lies feel safe. It can make harm feel normal, but it can also make healing feel possible. It can turn new perspectives into trusted allies. It can rewire your sense of what's real, if you let it. If you expose yourself to ideas that challenge, uplift, and clarify instead of just confirm. The repetition illusion isn't a flaw, it's a function, but it requires your participation to turn into wisdom. You get to choose what echoes, you get to decide what stays in your head, what messages you repeat, what truths you rehearse. And that choice is how you reclaim authorship. Because not every familiar story deserves your belief, and not every repeated phrase deserves your loyalty. Some things need to be questioned, not because they're unfamiliar, but precisely because they've been repeated too many times without ever being earned. They smile, they speak clearly, they stand tall. Something about them feels magnetic, polished, assured, even admirable. You don't just like the way they look or sound, you start to believe they're intelligent. You assume they're kind. You trust their opinions. You forgive their mistakes. All because of that initial impression, because of that glow that surrounds them. You don't realize it, but your judgment has already been hijacked by something ancient in your wiring, something psychologists call the halo effect. It's a mental shortcut your brain uses every day, quietly reshaping your evaluations of people, ideas, and even truth itself. The halo effect is simple in theory but profound in its reach. When we perceive someone as having one positive trait, like physical attractiveness, confidence, or charm, we tend to assume they possess other positive traits as well, even when there's no evidence. A good-looking person is assumed to be smarter. A confident speaker is assumed to be morally right. It's not logic that drives these assumptions, it's emotional shorthand, a shortcut designed to help your brain reduce complexity in a world full of uncertainty. But what starts as efficiency often becomes distortion, because the halo effect doesn't just help you make snap judgments. It also blinds you to flaws. You overlook red flags. You excuse questionable behavior. You give second chances where none were earned. You interpret ambiguity as charm, mistakes as quirks, and arrogance as strength. You don't realize you're doing it. It feels like intuition. But it's not. It's projection. This effect is amplified by visual culture. In a world where appearance is everything, where profiles, headshots, thumbnails, and highlight reels dominate, the way someone looks often carries more weight than what they say. Studies show that attractive people are more likely to be hired, promoted, and trusted by strangers. Their ideas are rated as more intelligent even when their content is identical to others. Their confidence is read as competence. Their charisma is mistaken for truth. And once that halo is established, it's hard to dismantle. Every interaction is filtered through that initial glow. The same bias applies to authority figures. Celebrities, influencers, executives, and public intellectuals are often granted unearned trust. You hear a famous actor speak passionately about a political issue and you nod along, not because they're an expert, but because their presence feels familiar and likable. You see a billionaire weigh in on education or climate change and you take it seriously. Not because they've studied the issue, but because success in one domain casts a glow over every other. Their wealth becomes a stand-in for wisdom. Their platform becomes a proxy for credibility. And in doing so, the halo effect turns admiration into distortion. It happens in classrooms too. Teachers often assume that more attractive students are more capable or disciplined. In courtrooms, jurors are more likely to find good-looking defendants innocent. In dating, job interviews, and leadership evaluations, appearance and poise consistently skew perception. You're not seeing people as they are. You're seeing them through the lens of the first trait that caught your attention. And once that lens is in place, everything else is colored by it. Even confidence itself becomes a halo. Someone who speaks with certainty, even if they're wrong, tends to be more persuasive than someone who hesitates while being right. We confuse delivery with depth, style with substance. A well-dressed speaker who commands the room may leave you impressed, even if they didn't say anything meaningful. Meanwhile, someone with real insight but poor delivery is dismissed as forgettable. The message is lost because the packaging didn't show up. This doesn't just affect how we perceive others, it influences how others perceive us. People work hard to curate their own halo. They craft personas, they manage impressions. They know the power of looking the part, and so the job interview suit, the social media highlight reel, the scripted charisma, they're all strategies to evoke a positive glow, not because they reflect authenticity, but because they shape perception, and perception often becomes reality. But the danger of the halo effect isn't just that it elevates the wrong people, it's that it silences the right ones. Quiet thinkers, awkward truth-tellers, and unconventional voices often go unnoticed or get undervalued. Their lack of polish becomes a barrier to trust, even when their message is vital. And when we favor image over essence, we begin to live in a world where performance matters more than principle, where flash overshadows depth, where popularity overrides wisdom. The halo effect also makes us vulnerable to manipulation. Charismatic abusers, confident con artists, stylish propagandists. They all use the same tool. Create a glow, then use it to distract, distort, and deceive. They know that if they can earn your admiration in one area, they can leverage it everywhere else. They can exploit your trust. They can redirect your attention. They can reframe lies as leadership. All they need is the right lighting, the right timing, the right posture. And once the halo is in place, your skepticism dims. So how do you protect yourself? The first step is awareness. Begin to notice when your judgment is being shaped not by substance but by surface. Ask yourself, would I still trust this person if they looked different, spoke differently, had a different background? Am I responding to their argument or to their aura? That simple pause can clear the fog. It can strip away the glow and let you see what's actually there. Seek out voices that challenge your preference for polish. Read messy writers with brilliant ideas. Listen to quiet people with big hearts. Be suspicious of perfection. Real truth is often rough around the edges. It doesn't always come with smooth delivery, and if you're only listening to those who dazzle, you're missing the ones who deepen. The halo effect isn't evil, it's human. It comes from the same place that helps you fall in love, form friendships, and build community. But when it goes unchecked, it creates echo chambers. It blinds justice, it distorts truth, and it turns personal bias into public error. The world doesn't need more halos, it needs more clarity, more discernment, more willingness to separate the shine from the signal. Because not every confident voice deserves your loyalty. Not every attractive face tells the truth. Not every polished brand reflects integrity. Sometimes the person who stumbles, who pauses, who doesn't glow right away, is the one carrying the message your soul most needs to hear. And sometimes the halo that pulled you in is the very thing that kept you from seeing what's real. You think you're making a choice. You see a menu with 10 options, you scroll through a feed with endless links, you browse a shelf full of competing brands, you believe this is freedom, autonomy, a celebration of agency. But what if the choices weren't really choices at all? What if the options were placed there not to empower you, but to steer you gently, invisibly, toward a predetermined outcome? This is the illusion of choice. The experience of selecting from a range of alternatives that were carefully curated to guide you to the very decision someone else wanted you to make. It looks like freedom. It feels like control. But it's a maze, with only one real exit. Everywhere you turn, options multiply. You open a streaming service and face a grid of thousands of titles. You enter a store and find 10 varieties of the same product. You apply for jobs, browse headlines, vote in elections, and at every turn you're told you're choosing. But the structure of those choices tells another story. The framing, the defaults, the design of the decision space, it all shapes your behavior before you even know it. You're not choosing from a neutral field, you're choosing within boundaries drawn by invisible hands. Retailers do this with price anchoring. A luxury item is placed next to a slightly less expensive one, making the second feel like a bargain. You believe you're choosing the better value. But you're reacting to contrast, not content. The high-praise decoy wasn't meant to sell, it was meant to make the middle option irresistible. This isn't an accident, it's architecture. Fast food menus use similar tricks. The medium meal is engineered to look like the most reasonable choice, sandwiched between a bare minimum small and an indulgent large. But the price difference is often negligible, and the profit margin on the medium is highest. You think you picked what made sense. In reality, you picked what was designed to be picked. Political systems do this too. You're offered candidates who appear to represent different paths, different ideologies, different futures, but often both are funded by the same interests. Both operate within the same economic assumptions. Both maintain the same core power structures. The performance of difference is there, but the destination is nearly identical. You feel like you voted, but did you really choose? Even in your digital life, the illusion of choice reigns. You're presented with content you might like, personalized recommendations, curated playlists. But these aren't organic suggestions. They're algorithms built to reinforce your behavior, increase your engagement, and deepen your dependence. You think you're exploring, but the map was drawn by someone else. And every step you take trains the system to offer you more of the same. You're not wandering freely. You're moving through a maze of calculated nudges. This illusion doesn't just exist in systems, it lives in relationships too. You're given the freedom to express yourself, but only within the boundaries of what's emotionally acceptable to someone else. You're allowed to make decisions, as long as they don't challenge the underlying power dynamic. You're praised for being independent, as long as your independence doesn't disrupt the other person's comfort. So you learn to choose carefully, strategically. You censor yourself in the name of peace, but peace that demands silence is not peace. It's quiet control. And sometimes, the illusion is internal. You believe you're choosing freely, but your choices are driven by unexamined programming, childhood conditioning, cultural expectations, unconscious fears. You pick the job, the partner, the lifestyle, but not because they're what you deeply want. You pick them because they're familiar, because they're approved, because they don't threaten the identities you've been told to protect. And then you call it your decision. But if your options were filtered through other people's lenses, if your fears narrowed your field before you ever looked, was it really your choice? This illusion is seductive because it flatters your sense of control. It tells you that you are the author of your life, that every purchase, every belief, every preference is a reflection of your sovereignty. But sovereignty is not the same as selection. You can pick from a shelf and still be manipulated. You can speak your mind and still be echoing someone else's voice. You can vote in an election and still be playing a game designed to yield the same outcome, no matter who wins. So, how do you wake up from this? First, by slowing down. By noticing when a decision feels rushed, pressured, or unusually convenient, when the obvious choice appears too fast, too smooth, too universally reinforced. Ask, who benefits if I choose this? Who framed this choice? What is being left out? Because real choice includes space. It includes the option to walk away, to not play the game, to rewrite the menu. You also reclaim choice by expanding your imagination. Many of the options you need most aren't on the table. They've been removed, silenced, hidden behind assumptions. You were told there are only 3 ways to live, only 2 ways to vote, only 1 way to succeed. But those are walls, not truths. When you start asking new questions, new answers emerge. When you stop accepting the options in front of you, you start creating your own. That's why critical thinking is not just a skill, it's a defense. It protects you from polished manipulation, from beautifully designed traps, from decisions that feel empowering but are secretly constraining. Every system has defaults. Every market has agendas. Every platform has incentives. And every illusion of choice has a designer. But the moment you become aware of this, the spell weakens. You start to notice the puppet strings. You see the decoys, the framing, the nudge. And in that awareness, you gain a new power. The power to choose outside the script. To find the option that wasn't presented. To speak the truth that wasn't offered. To refuse the terms entirely. Because real choice isn't about having 10 options. It's about having clarity. About knowing what you want before the world tells you what to want. About standing in your own signal, not someone else's suggestion. The illusion of choice wants you to feel free while keeping you in line. But you don't have to play along. You can stop, step back, ask better questions, and in doing so reclaim the one thing every system fears, a mind that chooses for itself. The clock starts ticking, and suddenly you feel it. That pulse of anxiety, that twitch in your gut. A deal that ends in 5 minutes, a flash sale with a blinking countdown, a limited-time opportunity that will never return. And something inside you shifts. Your breathing shortens, your fingers hover, your judgment flickers. The urgency begins to override your logic. Not because the product matters, not because you deeply want it, but because the window is closing, and your brain hates the idea of being left out. This is the psychology of urgency. It's not just a sales tactic, it's a nervous system hijack, a shortcut straight into your survival wiring. Time pressure bypasses critical thinking. The moment you're told something is disappearing, your brain moves into a scarcity mindset. Options feel fewer, risks feel bigger. You start evaluating from fear, not clarity. What if I miss out becomes louder than, do I actually need this? And that fear isn't metaphorical, it's biological. Your body interprets the ticking clock as a kind of threat, not to your safety but to your sense of opportunity, status, access. You feel like something is being taken from you, and so without realizing it, you chase to reclaim it. Marketers know this. They've engineered entire systems around countdowns. Only 3 seats left. Cart expires in 9 minutes. Final call. The goal isn't to inform you, it's to compress your decision window, to make you act before you think, because the longer you pause, the more space logic has to enter, the more room your intuition has to breathe. And they don't want that. They want reaction. They want momentum. They want urgency to be louder than discernment. You see it in e-commerce platforms. A little red banner says ends in 2 hours, and suddenly a mundane item feels like a golden ticket. You imagine future regret, seeing it later, priced higher, gone forever. That imagined loss propels you forward. It's not joy pulling you, it's fear pushing you. And that fear isn't coming from within, it's being fed to you, one flash message at a time. Airline sites use dynamic pricing to create this pressure. You check a flight, minutes later the price has jumped. You return to the page and now it says 2 others are looking at this deal. It might be true, or it might be an engineered manipulation, but your brain doesn't wait to find out, it moves, urgently, because in the presence of disappearing options, panic masquerades as decisiveness. This tactic isn't limited to commerce. It shows up in politics, media, even relationships. Fear-based headlines scream before it's too late. Campaigns declare, this is our last chance. Lovers say, you need to decide now. But real connection, real change, real truth, those things don't come with ultimatums. They come with space. Urgency, when authentic, is felt, not forced. When it's imposed from the outside, it's often a tool of control, a way to compress your awareness so it can be shaped, redirected, or monetized. Even your own mind uses this tactic against you. You set false deadlines. You believe that if you don't achieve something by a certain age or date, you failed. You chase artificial milestones. You pressure yourself into fast answers, quick fixes, rapid decisions. But growth doesn't follow a clock. Healing doesn't obey urgency. And the soul doesn't bloom in countdown mode. Yet the world keeps speeding you up. Because the faster you move, the less you question. And the less you question, the easier you are to influence. Urgency creates tunnel vision. You stop seeing the big picture. You fixate on the disappearing moment, and when your view narrows, your options shrink. You don't notice better paths. You don't hear your deeper instincts. You don't sense the quiet signals that say, wait, breathe, this isn't aligned, because the noise of the countdown drowns it out. And what's most dangerous is that after the moment passes, after the offer ends, the sale closes, the decision is locked, you're often left with something that doesn't serve you, a purchase that feels hollow, a choice that wasn't yours, a path taken too quickly, now hard to exit. But the pressure doesn't stop. The next timer starts, the next rush begins, and you begin to normalize it. You start to believe that life is supposed to move at that pace, that wisdom must be hurried, that intuition should sprint. But those are lies, planted to keep you consuming, to keep you obedient, to keep you reacting instead of creating. The truth is, what's meant for you doesn't come with panic. It doesn't rush you. It doesn't demand you override your knowing. It waits. It breathes. It respects your timing. And anything that pressures you to decide before you're ready isn't offering opportunity. It's manufacturing fear. You have the right to pause, to breathe, to step away from the screen, the page, the voice telling you that this is your last chance. You have the right to ask, who benefits if I rush? What am I being pushed toward? What would I choose if time weren't pressuring me? That awareness is your reset button. It slows the tempo. It brings you back into your body, back into your truth. Because clarity doesn't come in countdown mode. It comes in stillness, in space, in moments where your nervous system isn't under siege. You think you're afraid of missing out, but what you're really afraid of is pausing long enough to see that you didn't want it in the first place, that you were chasing a feeling, not a need, a fantasy, not a truth. Start practicing resistance to artificial urgency. See a timer and smile at it, not run. Hear a final offer and walk away. Test the silence that follows. You'll find that most things claiming to vanish will still be there tomorrow. Sometimes cheaper, sometimes clearer, always less urgent, because the value was never in the clock, it was in your clarity. Reclaim your tempo. Choose your rhythm. Let the world spin fast around you while you move slow, rooted, aware. That's not weakness. That's sovereignty. That's strength in a culture that confuses speed with success. Because at the end of the countdown, when the pressure fades and the silence returns, only one question remains. Was that decision yours? Or was it just made before you could think? It doesn't make sense on paper, but it makes perfect sense to your nervous system. You're more upset about losing $10 than you are excited to gain it. The emotional weight of loss presses harder on your chest than the lightness of gain ever lifts you. Even when the amounts are equal, the impact is not. A setback stings deeper than a victory soothes. This isn't irrational behavior, it's loss aversion, a deeply embedded psychological bias that makes the fear of losing more powerful than the joy of winning, and it's one of the most manipulated forces in your life, used constantly to steer your decisions, shape your behavior, and keep you trapped in patterns you don't even realize you're following. Loss aversion is rooted in your biology. Your brain evolved to prioritize survival, not happiness. In the wild, losses had higher consequences than gains. If you lost your shelter, your tribe, or your food, the result could be death. Gaining something new was nice, but not essential. Losing something vital could end everything. So your brain developed a warning system. React more strongly to threats of loss. Identify the signal, feel the risk, move to avoid it. Quickly, instinctively, without needing to think. That survival logic still governs your modern brain, but now it's responding not just to food and shelter, but to money, status, attention, opportunities, and even digital tokens. You're more likely to cling to a job that makes you miserable than risk finding one that fulfills you. You're more likely to stay in a relationship that drains you than face the loss of connection. You're more likely to keep a bad investment than cut your losses and walk away, because walking away means admitting loss. And that feels like failure, like pain, like retreat, so you stay, even when staying costs more in the long run. Advertisers and marketers use this bias relentlessly. Limited time offers, only a few left. Don't miss your chance. The language of loss, missing out, losing value, being left behind, is more powerful than the promise of gain. You're more compelled to act when something is slipping away than when something is being offered. That's why companies frame benefits in terms of what you lose if you don't act, not what you'll gain. Because they know your nervous system responds more intensely to threats than to gifts. Even simple phrasing changes your behavior. If told a medical procedure has a 90% success rate, most people feel comforted. If told the same procedure has a 10% failure rate, they feel anxious. Same numbers, different emotional reactions. That's loss aversion, a shift in framing that tilts your perception. And that tilt becomes action, or inaction. Loss aversion doesn't just influence individual decisions, it shapes institutions, economies, and cultures. Investors hold on to failing stocks too long, hoping to avoid realizing a loss. Politicians avoid changing failing policies because admitting failure is politically costly. Entire systems stagnate because those in power fear the appearance of retreat more than the reality of dysfunction. People protect status, territory, and identity not because it brings them joy, but because losing it feels like death to the ego. Even in your inner world, loss aversion reigns. You resist letting go of identities, roles, or beliefs that no longer serve you because releasing them feels like losing part of yourself. You hold on to resentment because forgiveness feels like surrender. You replay past mistakes, afraid that letting go would mean they didn't matter. But they did. And that's why letting them go feels so hard, because loss, even symbolic loss, hurts more than logic can explain. This bias also shapes your sense of fairness. You feel more upset when someone takes something from you than happy when someone gives you the same thing. You compare what others have and feel lack more intensely than you feel gratitude. Your attention gravitates to what's missing, what's gone, what's been taken. This isn't weakness, it's the architecture of survival. But in a world of abundance, that architecture can become a cage. Loss aversion often traps you in what's known as sunk cost fallacy. You keep investing time, energy, or money into something that isn't working because you've already invested so much. You don't want to lose what you've put in, so you double down. But what you're actually doing is throwing more into a hole, not to gain, but to avoid feeling the loss, the pain of admitting it didn't work, that you were wrong, that it's over. But here's the truth. Letting go is not loss, it's liberation. Cutting your losses is not failure, it's wisdom. Knowing when to walk away is not weakness, it's clarity. But you only reach that clarity when you stop letting fear drive the car, when you stop letting the idea of losing dictate your direction. Because holding on to avoid loss is still a loss, it's just slower, more subtle, more disguised. So how do you reclaim your agency from loss aversion? Start by noticing it. Track the moments where your instinct to protect outweighs your desire to grow. When you feel fear about letting go, ask, what exactly am I afraid to lose? Is it real or imagined? Is it a thing or just a story I've told myself? Sometimes what you're clinging to isn't the object, it's the identity wrapped around it. Practice small losses. Let go of things intentionally. End conversations that don't nourish you. Leave the party early, say no. Watch your nervous system protest. Then notice the space that follows. The quiet, the clarity, the relief. You'll realize that losing something false creates room for something real, and that room is where your life begins to breathe again. Learn to reframe. Instead of asking, what will I lose if I walk away? Ask, what might I gain if I do? Instead of calculating what it will cost you to let go, ask what it's already costing you to hold on. Loss isn't just about what disappears. It's about what it makes possible. Every closed door opens a corridor. Every retreat creates a vantage point. The most powerful shift is this. Stop fearing loss and start honoring it. Because loss is part of growth. It trims what no longer serves. It clears the soil. It makes room. The pain you fear isn't the loss itself. It's your resistance to it. But when you surrender that resistance, loss becomes a sacred transition, not an end, but a threshold. Your life will ask you to let go 1,000 times, of plans, of people, of versions of yourself, and each time your nervous system will flinch. But with awareness, that flinch becomes a signal, not to cling, but to release. Not to fight, but to trust, because your wholeness was never built on what you accumulated. It was revealed in what you learned to live without. It doesn't come with a slap. It doesn't scream in your face. It doesn't always break you down in a single moment. Instead, it arrives subtly, through a smirk, a backhanded compliment, a joke wrapped in condescension, a question that sounds innocent but leaves a bruise. It lives in the spaces between words, in the tone of a voice, in the pattern of being overlooked, misnamed, misheard, or told you're too sensitive when you notice. This is the quiet power of microaggressions, those brief, daily violations that are so subtle they almost escape notice, yet so cumulative they begin to erode your reality. And when paired with gaslighting, the manipulation that denies your experience, rewrites your memories and makes you question your own perception, you start to lose track of what's real, not because you're weak, but because your reality has been reframed one sentence at a time. It often begins with a phrase, "I didn't mean it like that," or "You're taking it the wrong way," or "You're reading too much into this." These are not apologies, they are silencers. They take the sting of what was said and pin the blame on your reaction. Your hurt becomes the problem. Your ability to detect tension, exclusion, or dismissal is reframed as emotional instability. You're not being mistreated. You're being dramatic. You're not being dismissed. You're imagining things. And slowly the line between their words and your truth begins to blur. Microaggressions are small, but their impact is not. They're often disguised as compliments. "You're so articulate. You don't even sound black. You're pretty for your age. You're not like the others." On the surface they appear benign, even friendly. But beneath the surface they carry assumptions, hierarchies, and subtle jabs. They reduce you to a category. They define you by deviation. They send a message. You don't belong, but will tolerate your exception. These aren't just comments, they're codes. Social cues that say, "Stay in your place." Over time, these messages accumulate. They echo through classrooms, offices, conversations, relationships. They're small enough to ignore, but frequent enough to internalize. You start to shrink, to second-guess, to wonder if maybe you are too sensitive, too difficult, too much. You begin editing yourself, shaving off pieces of your personality, filtering your emotions before speaking, anticipating judgment before it arrives. This is the true cost of microaggressions, not just the pain of each incident, but the way they condition you to expect less, say less, and be less. Gaslighting builds on that foundation. It doesn't just plant doubt, it cultivates it. It takes your questions and turns them into accusations. Why are you always assuming the worst? That never happened. You're overreacting again. And when you try to draw a boundary, you're told it's an attack. When you try to explain how something hurt you, you're told you misunderstood. The reality you're describing is denied. And slowly, your trust in your own memory, your own senses, your own instincts begins to fracture. This is not just interpersonal, it's systemic. Institutions, media, and culture gaslight entire groups. They downplay injustice, reframe oppression as misunderstanding. When people protest abuse, they're told they're making it up. When they speak about trauma, they're asked to prove it. When they describe exclusion, they're accused of victimhood. And all the while, the system continues, unchallenged, unchanged, because those speaking against it are too busy defending their right to feel what they feel. This manipulation thrives in environments that reward politeness over honesty, comfort over truth. In these spaces, tone becomes more important than impact. If someone sounds calm, their cruelty is ignored. If someone sounds upset, their truth is dismissed. The person who calmly denies your reality is seen as rational. The person who breaks down under the weight of erasure is seen as unstable. This reversal is part of the gaslight. You don't just question what's happening, you begin to question whether you're allowed to feel it. Gaslighting also trains your nervous system. It creates a feedback loop. Every time you express pain and are told it's invalid, you suppress it more. Every time you notice a microaggression but are met with denial, you learn not to trust your perceptions. You begin to walk on eggshells, not because you're fragile, but because you've been told your truth is dangerous. The cost of naming the harm becomes greater than the harm itself, and so you learn to smile while bleeding. This distortion is especially damaging because it breaks the mirror of reality. You can no longer see yourself clearly. You start needing external validation just to feel real. You seek confirmation of things you once knew instinctively. You crave someone to say, "Yes, that was wrong. Yes, that happened. Yes, you're right to feel this." Because when reality has been twisted long enough, It takes another witness to untangle it, someone who doesn't flinch at your anger, someone who doesn't minimize your clarity, someone who trusts your truth when you struggle to. Healing from this isn't just about leaving the environment. It's about reclaiming your perception. It's about listening to the voice inside you that you silenced to keep the peace. It's about believing your body when it tenses, believing your mind when it notices, believing your heart when it says, that wasn't okay. And then holding that belief even when others try to convince you otherwise. You begin to reclaim reality by naming what's real, by refusing to soften your language to protect the comfort of the person who caused the discomfort, by calling a dismissal, by calling a microaggression what it is, not an awkward moment, but a cut disguised as conversation. You stop translating your pain into palatable phrases. You let it speak in its full voice, because your clarity doesn't need permission. Your false feelings may derive meaning from You also start surrounding yourself with people who don't require you to justify your experience, people who don't question your pain before offering support, people who validate your story not because it's proven, but because it's yours. These people don't feed your victimhood, they nourish your truth. They help you rebuild the inner compass that was dismantled by subtle cruelty and polite denial. Most importantly, you learn to trust yourself again, to stop gaslighting your own instincts, to stop editing your feelings for fear of being labeled difficult, to stop doubting your right to name what hurt you. You realize that clarity isn't aggression, that sensitivity isn't weakness, that your experience is not up for debate. It is valid, it is real, and it matters, even if it makes someone else uncomfortable. Because the world will keep trying to rewrite your reality. With quiet jabs and loud denials, with smiling faces and careful tones, with systems built to preserve power, not protect truth. But you don't have to play along. You don't have to smile and nod. You don't have to laugh it off. You can pause. You can name it. You can walk away. You can reclaim what they tried to erase, your voice, your clarity, your right to know what's real. And once you do, the manipulation loses its grip, not because it disappeared, but because you stopped letting it distort the truth of who you are. You were born into a need so ancient it predates language, the need to belong, to be part of something, to be accepted by the group. In the early days of your species, belonging wasn't optional. Isolation meant death. Survival came through alliance. So your brain evolved to associate group approval with safety and rejection with danger. That wiring still lives inside you. It's why you glance sideways before speaking, why you soften your truth to avoid tension, why you wear the right clothes, adopt the right slang, and echo the right opinions. It feels like self-expression, but much of it is tribal signaling, unconscious cues that say, I am one of you. And when that signaling is manipulated, identity stops being a source of strength and becomes a tool of control. Tribal signaling isn't always harmful. It helps us bond, form culture, feel less alone. We gravitate toward others who sound like us, dress like us, believe like us. These signals build community. But the same force that creates belonging can be used to eliminate questioning, to mute individuality, to make you fear thinking for yourself. Because when your group identity becomes your primary lens, dissent feels dangerous, even when it's truthful. And those who control the symbols, phrases, and boundaries of that group gain quiet power over your choices. It starts subtly. You express a thought and someone asks, are you really one of us? Maybe not in those words, maybe they just say, that sounds like something they'd say. And now you're on alert. You weren't judged by the truth of your idea, but by its tribal alignment. The point wasn't to understand you, it was to test your loyalty. And in that moment, you're no longer speaking as an individual. You're performing your place in the group. You adjust your words. You hide your doubt. You suppress your curiosity. Because curiosity is dangerous when identity becomes ideology. Every group has symbols, flags, hashtags, slogans, uniforms. These symbols create a shorthand for allegiance. They allow people to find one another organize, feel seen. But symbols also become containers for conformity. They can shift from being expressions of shared values to requirements for social acceptance. Once that happens, people stop asking what the symbol actually means. They just know they need to display it, or risk exile. And exile, to the tribal brain, still feels like death. Social media magnifies this effect. It turns identity into branding. The digital tribe demands constant signaling, a bio, a banner, a pinned post, and if you don't signal correctly or signal too softly, you're suspicious. If you ask the wrong question, you're branded. If you hesitate in outrage, you're complicit. Nuance becomes threat. Context is erased. It's not what you say, it's whether you said it on the right side of the digital battlefield. This pressure erodes your critical thinking. Because thinking requires space. It requires the ability to be wrong, to hold conflicting ideas, to explore uncomfortable truths. But tribal performance doesn't allow that. It demands speed, certainty, slogans. You're not rewarded for clarity, you're rewarded for conformity. And that reward doesn't come in silence, it comes in likes, shares, head nods, and the warm feeling of being good, of being safe, of being aligned. But alignment built on fear is not belonging. It's behavioral control. Political movements exploit this all the time. They weaponize identity to flatten complexity. You're either pro this or anti that. You're either with us or against us. You're either a patriot or a traitor. And in those binaries, real thought disappears. People stop asking, is this policy wise? Is this tactic ethical? They start asking, will this make my side angry at me? And once fear of rejection replaces moral reasoning, manipulation wins. Even consumer brands know this. They don't just sell products, they sell identity. Shoes become statements, phones become affiliations, a logo becomes your tribe. You buy not just to possess but to perform, and you defend those purchases like beliefs, because they're tied to how you see yourself. And if someone questions your brand, it feels like they're questioning your belonging, and you react not with logic but with loyalty. Religious and spiritual communities are not immune. Faith, once a private encounter with the divine, becomes public proof of virtue. Do you wear the right robes, use the right phrases, avoid the wrong books, practice the rituals just right? Once the answers become social tests instead of personal choices, the soul is replaced with signaling, and you stop growing, because growth requires deviation, and deviation threatens the group. Even your family can use tribal signaling to control you. We don't talk about those things. People like us don't live that way. You're betraying your roots. Love becomes conditional, acceptance becomes performance, and authenticity becomes a risk. So you play the role. You smile through the dissonance. You repeat the script, because rejection by those closest to you feels like erasure. But the most insidious part is this. You begin to gaslight yourself. You feel something's off, but silence it. You question something, but bury it. You sense the contradiction, but explain it away, not because you're weak, but because you've been trained to equate disagreement with danger, thought with betrayal, and safety with sameness. So how do you reclaim yourself from this manipulation? You begin by separating who you are from what your group demands. You ask, would I still believe this if I weren't trying to belong? Do I agree, or do I just fear being cast out? Am I speaking from truth or from tribal survival? You practice solitude not to isolate, but to remember. Remember your voice outside the chorus, your vision outside the echo, your values before they were branded. You listen for the quiet clarity beneath the noise, and when you find it, you let it lead, even if it costs you approval, even if it invites discomfort, because the real you was never meant to fit in perfectly. The real you was meant to see clearly. You also learn to find community that honors your complexity. People who don't require performance, who let you ask hard questions, who hold your evolution with love, not threat. These are your true tribe. not the ones who demand your agreement, but the ones who protect your freedom to think. Because identity is sacred, but when it's hijacked by manipulation, it becomes a leash. A way to pull your behavior without touching your mind. But once you notice the leash, you can unclip it. You can step back from the performance. You can stop signaling and start speaking, start living, start choosing. Tribal belonging shouldn't cost you your clarity. It shouldn't shrink your soul to fit the shape of acceptance. You were not born to echo. You were born to know. And once you reclaim that knowing, no tribe, no flag, no label, no slogan can take it from you. It starts with a headline, just one. You won't believe what happens next. She opened the door and instantly regretted it. Scientists hate this trick. Something tugs at your mind, not because you care, not because it matters, but because it's incomplete. Your brain wants closure, it needs resolution, so you click. Not out of desire, but out of compulsion. Not because it was worth your attention, but because something inside you refused to leave the mystery hanging. That's not accidental, it's engineered. Your curiosity is no longer your own. It's been hijacked by clickbait psychology, an invisible force that shapes your choices through the simplest tools, open loops, partial information, and the irresistible itch of the unanswered. Your brain is wired to close loops. This is called the Zeigarnik effect. When a task or narrative is unfinished, your mind keeps it alive, like a mental itch you can't scratch. Unresolved stories are sticky. They linger, they whisper, and clickbait headlines exploit this deeply human tendency. They don't give you the story, they give you a gap, a disruption, a tease. Your brain, built to resolve uncertainty, rushes in to close it, often without checking if the content is worth it. The trick works because your system is emotional, not logical. Curiosity doesn't pause to evaluate, it moves. This isn't just manipulation, it's monetization. Your attention has become currency. Every second you spend on a page, every scroll, every share is tracked, measured, and sold. But attention isn't captured by value, it's captured by interruption, outrage, surprise, incompleteness. Clickbait creators know this. They don't need to give you depth, they need to give you dopamine. Just enough to hook you, not enough to nourish you. Because the goal isn't understanding, it's retention. And so the content becomes a shell game. Empty galleries for the mind. Sensational headlines that lead to low-effort lists, recycled information, or carefully spaced ads. You don't remember what you read. You just remember the compulsion to keep reading. You chase headline after headline like a lab rat in a maze, pulling levers not for knowledge, but for resolution. Worse, the effect compounds. As you engage with more clickbait, your brain gets trained. The algorithm learns your patterns. Your feed becomes more extreme. The headlines get louder, more emotional, more polarizing. The one thing you're doing that could kill you, this simple trick will make you rich. Fear, envy, shock. The emotional palette narrows. Everything becomes urgent. Everything becomes unbelievable. But in that constant state of disbelief, you lose the ability to truly believe anything at all. Clickbait doesn't just waste your time, it rewires your attention span. You begin craving short bursts of stimulation. Deep reading feels hard. Silence feels empty. You skim instead of absorbing. You consume instead of contemplating. You jump from link to link, thinking you're exploring, but you're being led, not by truth, but by triggers. And the consequences go deeper. Journalism bends toward engagement. Nuance disappears. Headlines are crafted not to inform, but to incite. Articles are structured to keep you scrolling, not understanding. Outrage becomes a product. Confusion becomes a funnel. You're not being educated, you're being conditioned. The goal isn't clarity, it's clicks. Even the stories that do matter are trapped in the format. Tragedies become thumbnails, injustices are condensed into 3 words and a shocked emoji. The emotional gravity of real events is flattened into content designed to provoke, not reflect. And as a result, your empathy erodes. Not because you don't care, but because you're overwhelmed. When everything is urgent, nothing feels real. When everything is framed to shock you, you become numb. This psychological erosion doesn't just happen online. It creeps into your daily life. You begin looking for drama in ordinary moments. You expect every story to have a twist. You feel unsatisfied when something is too simple, too calm, too stable. Real life can't compete with the artificial intensity of algorithmic bait, and so reality starts to feel boring. You stop noticing the subtle, the slow, the meaningful. You become a consumer of noise. Clickbait also impacts your self-possession. You begin to mimic the format in your own content. Your posts become hooks. Your videos start with a tease. You speak in headlines. You reduce yourself to clickable fragments. Because you've learned that value doesn't get attention, disruption does. And in chasing visibility, you risk losing authenticity. But here's the deeper layer. Clickbait isn't just an external problem. It mirrors your internal restlessness, your need for stimulation, your discomfort with stillness, your fear of missing out. The reason it works so well is because it meets you in your uncenteredness. It offers a quick escape from boredom, uncertainty, even pain. It gives your mind something to chew on when it doesn't want to sit quietly with itself. So how do you resist something designed to override resistance? You start by slowing down. When you see a headline that pulls at you, pause. Notice the feeling. Ask yourself, do I actually care about this, or am I just reacting to the tension? Give your mind a moment to breathe before you follow the bait. That breath is your power. That hesitation is your freedom. Reclaim your attention by reclaiming your curiosity. Curiosity isn't wrong, it's sacred. But it must be rooted, not hijacked. Choose depth over reaction. Seek out content that nourishes rather than provokes. Read full articles. Listen to full interviews. Ask full questions. You'll find your mind begins to stretch again, to remember what it means to think, not just react. Protect your space. Unfollow sources that manipulate. Mute the noise. Choose stillness over stimulation when you can. Let silence be the place your attention returns to, because the more time you spend in noise, the harder it becomes to hear yourself. And your mind, the real you, is not meant to be clickbaited. It's meant to be curious, wide, whole. You don't need to know what happened next. You need to know what's happening now, inside you, around you, in the quiet spaces beyond the screen, because that's where your life actually unfolds. Not in the headline, not in the hook, but in the breath you take when you stop chasing and finally come home to your mind. You wake up, open your phone, scroll through your feed, and it greets you like an old friend. The same stories, the same tone, the same opinions that echo what you already think. It feels comforting, familiar. It feels like clarity. But it's not clarity. It's curation. An invisible architecture built not to inform you but to reassure you. You're not being shown the world, you're being shown a version of the world that mirrors you. Welcome to the echo chamber, a digital hall of mirrors where your beliefs are reflected back to you until you forget they were beliefs to begin with. They become facts, truths, reality. And anything that doesn't fit, it's filtered out before it even reaches you. Confirmation bias is the cognitive lens that filters what you see, hear, and absorb. It isn't just a glitch in your thinking, it's the default. Your brain is wired to seek out information that supports what it already believes and to reject anything that contradicts it. This isn't weakness, it's efficiency. In a complex world, you can't process everything, so your mind looks for patterns. Familiarity, agreement. It searches for evidence to support your existing framework, because that's faster, safer, and less emotionally disruptive than dismantling what you've already decided is true. The problem is that this instinct, once harmless in tribal villages, becomes dangerous in a world of infinite information. The internet doesn't just reflect your bias, it amplifies it. Algorithms learn your clicks, your shares, your watch time. They adjust your feed to keep you engaged. But engagement is not rooted in diversity, it's rooted in dopamine. And dopamine doesn't spike when you're challenged, it spikes when you're affirmed, so the system feeds you more of the same, not because it's true, but because it works. Over time, your exposure narrows. You stop seeing alternate viewpoints, not because they don't exist, but because they've been edited out, unfollowed, blocked, muted, or never shown in the first place. You mistake this curated bubble for reality. You forget that other perspectives are still breathing outside your screen, and when one finally sneaks in, it feels jarring, wrong, even threatening, because in the echo chamber, disagreement doesn't feel like difference. It feels like danger. This effect isn't just digital, it's neurological. When you encounter ideas that conflict with your worldview, your brain lights up in the same areas it would if you were facing physical threat. The limbic system activates. You feel discomfort, resistance, even anger. It's not just that the idea is wrong, it feels wrong, emotionally, viscerally. So you reject it, not with logic, but with instinct. You dismiss the source, question the motive, attack the messenger, anything to avoid confronting the discomfort of cognitive dissonance, the tension between what you believe and what reality might actually be. And so your beliefs become immune to contradiction, not because they're strong, but because they're protected, insulated, shielded from scrutiny by a fortress of content designed to flatter your worldview. News becomes tribal. Opinions become identity. You no longer say, "I think this is true." You say, "This is who I am." And once belief becomes identity, changing your mind feels like betrayal. Not just of the idea, but of yourself, your tribe, your past. The consequences are enormous. Societies polarize, conversations fracture, dialogue becomes war. You stop listening to understand, you listen to defend, or worse, to destroy. Every opposing view is labeled as stupidity, malice, or brainwashing, not a fellow human with different life experience, but an enemy to be refuted or eliminated. And in that binary, empathy dies, curiosity dies, truth dies. You think you're informed, but you're being inflamed. You think you're awake, but you're being sedated. Not by silence, but by repetition. The comfort of agreement becomes your intellectual lullaby. It rocks you gently into mental sleep while convincing you that you're alert. And all the while, reality continues, messy, complex, paradoxical, outside the walls of your curated reality. But this manipulation isn't just external. It's internalized. You start censoring your own thoughts. You avoid reading or watching things that might challenge you. You preemptively dismiss anything that smells like opposition. You stop exploring, not because you don't want to, but because exploration feels like weakness, like compromise, like treason. And that's when you've truly lost agency. Not when someone else controls your input, but when you've learned to control it for them. When you become your own gatekeeper, keeping out anything that threatens your illusion of certainty, and the illusion feels safe. Until it isn't. Until reality breaks through in ways you can't filter out. Until the world shows up at your doorstep with complexity too big to ignore. By then your thinking skills may have atrophied. Your tolerance for ambiguity may have vanished. And all you're left with is reaction, panic, collapse. But it doesn't have to stay that way. You can choose to step outside the echo, slowly, carefully, not to abandon your values, but to examine them, to test their roots, to see where they hold and where they need to grow. This isn't betrayal, it's integrity. Thinking is not disloyalty, curiosity is not weakness, openness is not surrender. You start by noticing your patterns. What do you click? What do you avoid? What do you instinctively agree with, and why? What kind of stories make you angry? What kind make you feel superior? Trace those emotions. They're maps. They show you where your identity is entangled with your beliefs, where you've stopped thinking and started reacting. Then expose yourself to different voices, not to debate, not to convert, just to listen, to feel the discomfort, to stretch, to remember that other people's truths are just as emotionally real as yours. You don't have to agree. You just have to witness. To let the bubble crack, even slightly. That crack is where growth begins. Curate your feed with intention, include thinkers who challenge you, not just comfort you. Read long-form articles instead of headlines. Sit with ideas instead of scrolling past them. Let yourself be bored, uncertain, even annoyed. That discomfort is not a threat, it's your brain reawakening. Because the goal isn't to be right, the goal is to be real. And reality is not binary, it's layered, multifaceted, messy. Anyone who tells you the world is simple is selling you something or protecting something, usually both. But you're not here to be sold to. You're here to wake up. So, take back your curiosity. Reclaim your attention. Step beyond the mirror and look through the window. It might not always feel good, but it will always be true. And in that truth you'll find something stronger than certainty. Clarity. A mind that doesn't need echoes to feel safe. A self that can handle contradiction. A consciousness that belongs to no algorithm, no tribe, no headline. Just to you. There's a subtle trick that feels like fairness, but often isn't. It wears the costume of objectivity, draped in the language of neutrality, and whispers the seductive promise of hearing both sides. It tells you everyone deserves a voice, and the truth is always somewhere in the middle. But that's not always how truth works, and when this trick is applied to complex issues, especially when one side is rooted in facts and the other in distortion, it doesn't clarify, it distorts. It creates the illusion of parity where none exists. This is false balance framing, the art of giving equal weight to unequal claims and calling it journalism, education, or debate. And it's one of the most dangerous forms of manipulation in public discourse, because it looks like integrity, but functions as deceit. False balance isn't just a journalistic misstep, it's a psychological sleight of hand. It exploits your instinct for fairness. Your brain likes equilibrium. It wants to believe that when two people speak, both are speaking from roughly the same ground. So when a conversation presents a climate scientist and a climate denier as equal voices, your mind unconsciously assumes the disagreement must be legitimate. If they're both on screen, both have credentials, and both are given time to speak, they must be equally valid, right? But reality doesn't care about airtime. Truth doesn't exist in the middle of two talking heads. Sometimes it lives entirely on one side, and the other side is a curated fiction designed to confuse. This framing technique is everywhere. News panels juxtapose a qualified expert with a conspiracy theorist. Health segments include one doctor and one influencer who sells detox teas. Political debates place human rights on one end and extremist ideology on the other and call it a spectrum. But when you flatten reality into sides, especially when one side is grounded in evidence and the other in manipulation, you're not informing people, you're weakening their sense of discernment. The danger is deeper than misunderstanding. False balance erodes public trust in expertise. When every opinion is treated as equally valid, expertise begins to look like just another viewpoint. And when facts are framed as perspectives, people start believing that truth is subjective, that everything is a matter of opinion, that science is just another ideology. And from there it's a short walk to chaos, where every claim has equal standing, no one knows who to believe, and the loudest voice wins. This manipulation is often unintentional. Media outlets are terrified of being seen as biased, so they overcorrect. They give airtime to fringe voices so they can't be accused of silencing dissent. But in doing so, they legitimize those voices. They amplify minority viewpoints as if they represent half of a national conversation. And the more airtime an idea receives, the more legitimate it appears, regardless of its foundation. This is the exposure effect. The more often you hear something, the more familiar it becomes, and familiarity starts to feel like truth. False balance also thrives in the language of equivalence. Both sides have extremists, both parties lie, everyone's biased. These statements are technically true but functionally misleading. They erase scale. They blur the difference between noise and danger. If one side bends the truth and the other dismantles reality, the problem isn't equal, but false balance makes it seem like it is, and in doing so it protects extremism by hiding it in the shadow of moderation. This framing isn't just a media problem, it's a mindset problem. You've been trained to believe that fairness means balance, that if you're going to hear one side, you must hear the other, that withholding a platform is censorship. But that's not true. Giving airtime to misinformation is not balance, it's collaboration. And withholding a platform from harmful ideas is not censorship, it's discernment. You see this often in education. A teacher feels pressure to present both sides of an issue, even when one side is anti-scientific, prejudiced, or fabricated. The goal becomes neutrality, not clarity. But neutrality is not the same as truth. A teacher who tells students that slavery had pros and cons, or that the Holocaust is a matter of perspective, is not educating. They're flattening horror into an opinion poll. False balance also shows up in relationships and personal dynamics. You confront someone about harm and an observer says, "Well, I'm sure there are two sides." Yes, there are always two sides. But not every side deserves the same weight. Not every story is equally rooted in reality. Sometimes the truth lives heavily on one side, and pretending otherwise only deepens the wound. False balance in relationships allows harm to hide behind civility. It protects the appearance of fairness while avoiding the discomfort of accountability. This manipulation works because it gives people emotional safety. If every issue has two valid sides, you don't have to take a stand. You don't have to look at the ugliness of one side. You don't have to admit that your friend, your leader, or your worldview might be wrong. You can stay neutral, comfortable, above the fray. But neutrality in the face of harm is not virtue, it's complicity. And false balance is how complicity justifies itself. So how do you protect yourself from this subtle warping of reality? First, stop assuming that every argument deserves equal airtime. Ask, what is this position based on? Evidence or emotion, data or denial? Does it hold up under scrutiny or only under volume? Who benefits from this other side being included? Whose voice is being drowned out in the name of hearing everyone? Learn to spot the difference between disagreement and distortion, between complexity and confusion. Real complexity includes nuance and uncertainty, but it still respects truth. False balance discards truth in favor of optics. It gives the illusion of depth while keeping you stuck in surface tension. You also have to trust that discernment is not bias. Knowing when an idea is false and refusing to give it space is not censorship, it's clarity. You don't need to entertain every voice to be open-minded. You don't need to hear every lie to be fair. Open-mindedness doesn't mean your brain is an open window for anything to fly through. It means you let in light, but you keep the pests out. Most importantly, remember that truth does not live halfway between two extremes. It lives in evidence, in accountability, in consistency. It's not a performance, it's a process. And anyone who tells you that truth must always be balanced equally across every opinion is not guiding you toward awareness. They're guiding you toward paralysis. Because when you no longer know how to weigh truth, you'll believe the loudest argument. When you can't tell the difference between a valid perspective and a manipulative one, you're vulnerable. And that's the point of false balance, to keep you spinning, always debating, never deciding. But once you name the tactic, you can see the game. And once you see the game, you don't have to play. You can choose clarity over comfort, truth over neutrality, and walk away from the illusion that everything is equal, when in fact some things are just plainly powerfully, provably real. Shame doesn't need to raise its voice to control you. It doesn't require chains or threats. It only needs a glance, a pause, a question shaped like judgment. You really think that? I didn't expect that from someone like you. Wow, that's disappointing. And just like that, you feel it. Heat in your chest, your stomach turning, the instinct to pull back, to defend, to apologize, to disappear. Shame is one of the most powerful behavioral levers in the human toolkit. Not because it forces you physically, but because it quietly reorients your internal compass. It hijacks your desire to belong and weaponizes your need to be seen as good. And in the hands of manipulators, whether individuals, institutions, or algorithms, shame becomes a subtle but devastating tool for enforcing conformity. We evolved to respond to shame because once upon a time rejection meant death. For early humans, exclusion from the tribe wasn't symbolic, it was existential. You needed the group to survive. So nature gave you a system of social emotions to help keep you in alignment with the group's expectations: embarrassment, guilt, pride, and shame. Shame isn't just the sense that you did something wrong. It's the feeling that you are something wrong, that your very presence is flawed, that your core identity, when revealed, would be unworthy of love, safety, or inclusion, and that fear is so deep, so primal, that you'll do almost anything to avoid it. Modern manipulators know this. They don't need to debate you. They don't need to censor you. They only need to imply that you are morally deficient if you step outside the accepted view, that your questions are offensive, that your nuance is betrayal, that your silence is violence, or your honesty is dangerous. You don't have to be proven wrong. You only have to be framed as shameful. And once that framing sticks, the pressure to conform doesn't feel like coercion. It feels like survival. Shame-based manipulation wears many masks. It can look like virtue signaling, where moral superiority is used to shame those who haven't performed their values loud enough, fast enough, or in the right tone. It can look like call-out culture, where public shaming becomes entertainment, and people are flattened into one mistake, one tweet, one sentence taken out of context. It can look like moral panic, where entire groups are labeled problematic, toxic, or dangerous, based on guilt by association or deviation from the tribe's current emotional trend. It doesn't stop with external shaming. The most effective kind happens internally. You learn the rules, you absorb the scripts, you develop a hyper-awareness of what will make you acceptable or problematic. You preemptively edit your thoughts, your words, your facial expressions. You become your own monitor, your own censor, your own judge, not because you lack integrity, but because shame has convinced you that being true to yourself is risky, that visibility without approval is unsafe. This kind of internalized shame shapes entire personalities. You become agreeable even when you disagree. You become polite even when something is unjust. You become silent even when your soul wants to scream. And then you start to forget what your soul even sounds like. You trade authenticity for belonging, not realizing that the belonging you're securing is conditional, only extended to the version of you that performed correctly. You've been ordered to perform, not the real you. Shame also creates a hierarchy of morality. Those who shame successfully rise in perceived virtue. Those who are shamed are marked as cautionary tales. Don't be like them. Don't say what they said. Don't question what they questioned. And suddenly conversation dies. Curiosity dies. All that remains is performance. People parroting scripts. Agreeing to survive. Conforming not from conviction, but from fear. Institutions use this all the time. Religious groups, for example, often deploy shame not to deepen spiritual connection but to maintain control. Questioning doctrine becomes a sign of weak faith. Sexuality becomes a battleground of purity. Individual struggle is reframed as moral failure. And so people suffer in silence, not because they've done something wrong, but because they've been taught that being fully human is inherently shameful. Governments use it too. Patriotism becomes a loyalty test. Dissent becomes treason. Asking questions becomes ungrateful. You're told to support the troops, trust the system, follow the law, no matter how broken, how violent, how unjust. And if you resist, you're un-American, unpatriotic, unsafe. And so shame doesn't just shape your feelings, it shapes your silence. Even your family may have used shame to control you. Don't embarrass us. We don't talk about that. People like us don't act that way. These aren't just statements, they're stories. Stories that tell you who you're allowed to be and who you must hide. If you've grown up hearing that your emotions were too much, your dreams were unrealistic, or your truth was a burden, you've been shaped by shame, trained to disconnect from your own inner authority in favor of external acceptance. But the most heartbreaking part? Shame doesn't just control you. It makes you complicit in the control of others. Once you've internalized it, you may pass it on. You may shame others for stepping out of line. You may judge people who express what you've had to suppress. You may side with the crowd in mockery because it's safer to laugh than to risk being the next target. And that's how shame sustains itself, through unspoken agreements, through the illusion of safety found in performance. So, how do you break free from this loop? You start by naming it. Shame only thrives in silence. It only controls what you're afraid to look at. When you notice yourself shrinking, ask, whose approval am I afraid of losing? What rule have I unconsciously agreed to follow? Is this actually wrong, or does it just feel dangerous because it's different? Those questions are doorways. They lead you back to your truth. You also learn to tell the difference between guilt and shame. Guilt says, I did something wrong. Shame says, I am something wrong. One can lead to repair, the other leads to self-erasure. One invites responsibility, the other demands silence. If someone's trying to correct you, they'll appeal to your logic, your values, your capacity for growth. If they're trying to control you, they'll attack your worth, your identity, your right to exist as you are. You reclaim yourself by refusing to perform virtue for approval, by standing in your complexity, by allowing yourself to be misunderstood without collapsing. You learn to tolerate the discomfort of disapproval, because the price of constant approval is too high. It costs you your voice, your depth, your soul. And then something beautiful happens. You stop needing to shame others to feel secure. You stop measuring your worth by how well you fit in. You stop hiding the parts of yourself that don't align with the script. And in that freedom you become trustworthy, not because you're perfect, but because you're real. And real people are rare in a world built on performance. Shame is not truth. It's a tool, and when you learn to see it, name it, and walk through it, you take your power back. You become unshapable by judgment, unmoved by coercion, and unwilling to trade your authenticity for a seat at a table that was never built for your wholeness. You weren't born to fit in, you were born to be free. And freedom begins the moment you stop asking shame for permission to be yourself. You feel it before you even notice it, the rush, the pressure, the silent countdown ticking beneath every ad, every email, every social interaction. Only 3 left in stock. Offer ends tonight. Don't miss your chance. It doesn't matter what's being sold. Shoes, courses, identities, futures. What matters is the clock. The whisper that you'll be too late, that others are already ahead, that your moment is passing, and if you don't act now, you'll be left behind. This is not about the product. It's about your perception of time, your belief that you don't have enough of it, your fear that you're running out. And that fear is a lever, one so powerful it doesn't just drive behavior. It shapes who you think you need to become. We live in a culture that turns time into a weapon. The message is constant. You're behind. You should be farther along by now. You should have figured it out already. You should be married, promoted, traveling, meditating, launching, glowing up, healing, monetizing. The result isn't motivation. It's paralysis masked as ambition. You move not from clarity but from panic. You buy not from desire but from lack. And it all traces back to one manipulated idea, that you are running out of time. Marketers exploit this expertly. The scarcity of a product is rarely real, it's manufactured. Flash sales, countdown timers, limited time offers. These tactics override your rational brain and activate urgency in your nervous system. Scarcity triggers survival mode. You don't ask, do I need this? You ask, will I miss out? And missing out is coded not just as inconvenience, but as failure. The item becomes secondary. What you're really buying is the illusion of being on time, in control, ahead of the curve. But it doesn't stop at products. Entire lifestyles are now sold through the scarcity of time. Start your business now or stay stuck forever. This one morning routine will 10x your life. The window to reinvent yourself is closing. Everywhere you look, there's a sense that everyone else is moving faster. waking up earlier, healing quicker, succeeding younger. It's about urgency-induced identity, the fear that if you slow down you'll disappear. Social media accelerates this. You see a curated timeline of everyone else's milestones, the engagement, the launch, the weight loss, the spiritual awakening. You don't see the in-between. You don't see the false starts, the quiet confusion, the years of wandering. You just see the highlight reel and the unspoken message: you're late. And that perception warps your relationship with time. Instead of treating it as a space to grow, you treat it as an enemy to race. You rush your healing. You monetize your passion too early. You say yes when you need to say no, not because you're aligned, but because you're afraid of falling behind. This fear bleeds into your relationships. You pressure yourself to find the one on a schedule, to hit milestones by certain ages. You stay in relationships that feel wrong because you've already invested too much time. You view people through the lens of urgency, how quickly they respond, how efficiently they love, how seamlessly they fit into your projected timeline. But real connection doesn't move on a clock. It unfolds. It breathes. And when you rush it, you often bypass the very intimacy you're seeking. Even your inner growth becomes infected by urgency. You try to heal faster, forgive faster, manifest faster. You judge yourself for not being over it yet, for still struggling, for not having reached some mythical version of there. But healing isn't linear. Awareness doesn't arrive on a deadline, and growth can't be rushed, only forced. And forced growth isn't growth at all. It's performance. Perceived time scarcity also makes you hyper-susceptible to manipulation, because when you believe time is running out, you become less discerning. You jump into decisions, you chase quick fixes. You believe the loudest voice in the room, not because it's wise, but because it's fast. Manipulators know this. That's why urgency is always part of the pitch. It bypasses reflection. It silences hesitation. It replaces your intuition with adrenaline. The irony is that the more you try to keep up, the more time you feel you don't have. Rushing compresses your attention. You start multitasking everything: conversations, meals, rest. You scroll while eating. You reply while listening. You sleep with your phone in hand. You're never fully anywhere, so nothing feels satisfying. And the dissatisfaction convinces you to move faster, to squeeze more in, to try harder. But no amount of speed can make up for presence. And presence is only possible when you stop believing that stillness is failure. So how do you step out of this loop? First, you confront the illusion. You name the feeling when it arises, the clock in your chest, the pressure to act now, the guilt for resting. Then you ask, is this urgent? Or has it just been made to feel urgent? You begin to see urgency not as a fact, but as a tactic. And once you see it, you're no longer ruled by it. You slow down, on purpose. You take a walk without your phone. You let messages go unanswered for a while. You make space for silence, not as absence, but as clarity. You stop cramming your schedule with things that don't matter just to feel productive. You start choosing from alignment, not anxiety, from your own rhythm, not someone else's clock. You begin to treat time not as a battlefield, but as a friend. You remember that the most meaningful shifts in your life didn't happen in a rush. They happened slowly, gradually, in the spaces between decisions, in the quiet moments when nothing productive was happening. And yet, everything was changing. You also stop comparing your timeline to anyone else's. Comparison is the fuel of urgency. It convinces you that their pace must be your pace, that their path must be your path. But your life isn't a race. It's a rhythm. And your rhythm can't be outsourced. It must be honored, protected, lived. Because the truth is, time isn't scarce. Your perception is. And that perception is shaped every day by marketers, media, culture, fear. But it can be reclaimed, not by doing more, but by doing less, with intention, with presence, with trust that you are not behind, you are not late, and you are not losing. You were never meant to be hurried into yourself. You were meant to unfold, like all things in nature do, quietly, slowly, on time. It only takes a second, a heart, a thumbs up, a double tap, a ping of dopamine that feels like validation, like being seen. The like button has become one of the most powerful psychological devices of the modern era, not because of what it gives you, but because of what it implies. That you're accepted, that you belong, that who you are, or at least who you appear to be, has been approved by the tribe. But beneath the simplicity of that tap lies something deeper, more deceptive, the illusion of belonging, a simulation of connection dressed in numbers, reactions, and surface-level feedback. It looks like love, it feels like affirmation, but it rarely touches the parts of you that actually long to be known. Social media has turned connection into currency. Each like becomes a data point in your internal self-worth ledger. Each comment a subtle signal of social standing. You don't just post anymore. You perform. You craft captions with careful vulnerability. You choose images that feel raw but curated, polished but real. You angle your truth just enough to fit within the algorithm's taste. And then you wait, you check, you refresh. You feel the nervous tug in your chest if the engagement doesn't land. And, without realizing it, your nervous system is now tethered to a feedback loop, built by someone else. The like button operates on the most ancient part of your psychology. Humans are social creatures, wired to survive through belonging. In prehistoric tribes, exclusion wasn't just painful, it was lethal. To be shunned meant death. So your brain evolved to be hypersensitive to signs of inclusion or rejection. In today's digital world, those signals come not through eye contact or body language, but through hearts, flames, claps, and streaks. And though the medium is artificial, the emotional response is very real. A like from a stranger can feel more comforting than silence from someone close. A viral post can feel like purpose. A lack of engagement can feel like exile. And yet, none of it means what your body thinks it does. A like isn't love, a share isn't understanding, a follower isn't a friend. But your nervous system doesn't always know the difference. It interprets the signal as real connection, and so you begin to chase it. You post more, you mold yourself more, you begin to anticipate what will get approval before you even express it. You become fluent in the language of social reward, without ever asking if it aligns with your truth. Over time you lose sight of where the performance ends and the person begins. You edit your joy, your grief, your rage into bite-sized optics. You wonder if what you're feeling is even valid if no one reacts to it. You delay processing your own experience until it's been reflected back to you. You think you're being authentic, but in reality you've become an algorithm of yourself, driven not by desire but by response. This creates a haunting paradox. You're surrounded by interaction, yet starving for intimacy. You're never alone, but rarely truly seen. You get dopamine from the crowd, but no nourishment for the soul. Because the like button is designed for speed, not depth. It doesn't ask questions. It doesn't offer presence. It doesn't hold silence. It just reacts. And reaction is not the same as connection. And so the loneliness grows, quietly, underneath the notifications, underneath the metrics. You start to feel that who you are is only real when someone else confirms it. You begin to value experiences based on how shareable they are. You feel more alive in the comment section than you do in your own body. And worst of all, you start believing that being seen is the same as being known. But they are not. One touches your surface, the other meets your essence. Digital approval also feeds comparison. You start measuring your value not by your own growth, but by how your numbers stack up against someone else's highlight reel. You feel behind, you feel invisible, you wonder what you're doing wrong. But what you're feeling isn't failure, it's fatigue, the exhaustion of seeking real belonging in a space built for performative affirmation. This doesn't mean the internet is evil. It means the architecture is not designed to meet the full depth of your needs. And if you don't realize that, you'll keep asking it to love you in ways it cannot. You'll keep mistaking claps for care, views for validation, reach for resonance. You'll keep measuring your worth by a metric that can never reflect your wholeness. So, what's the way out? You begin by remembering what real connection feels like. It's slower, it's quieter. It happens in spaces where performance isn't required, where presence matters more than polish, where someone doesn't just react to your story but sits with it, asks about it, reflects it back to you, not through emojis but through depth. You also start paying attention to your motivations. Before you post, ask, am I sharing because I want to be known or because I want to be liked? The answer doesn't have to be perfect, but the awareness changes everything. It brings your agency back. It reminds you that your voice is not a commodity, it's an offering. You practice reclaiming intimacy in offline spaces. You have eye contact conversations that are awkward, slow, real. You reach out, not to broadcast, but to bond. You notice how your nervous system softens when someone listens, not for content, but for essence. You give yourself permission to be ordinary, uncurated, unoptimized, and still worthy of connection. And most importantly, you learn to sit with yourself, to offer your own attention in moments when no one else is watching. Because if you can't feel your own presence, you'll always crave theirs. But when you become the one who witnesses you, who affirms you, who sees you, you start to need less from the screen. You still enjoy the likes, the shares, the digital waves, but you're no longer defined by them. You become dangerous to a system built on your insecurity. Because once you realize that belonging can't be bought, performed, or tracked, you stop chasing it in metrics. You stop editing yourself to be liked. You stop performing pain for sympathy and joy for approval. You just live, fully, deeply, unapologetically. And that kind of presence can't be quantified. The like button will never love you. It will never hold space for your shadows or celebrate your evolution without an aesthetic. But you can, and so can others, when you dare to show up without needing to be palatable, without waiting for applause, without mistaking attention for affection. The illusion fades when you stop needing it, and in its place something real can begin, not louder, not trendier, but truer. A quiet kind of belonging that lives beneath the noise, the kind that doesn't need a button to know it's real. You've been told since you were young that if you work hard you'll succeed, that talent rises, that grit wins, that the system is fair, or at least fair enough. You were fed a steady stream of stories, the entrepreneur who started with nothing and built an empire, the student who studied under a streetlight and became a doctor, the immigrant who came with a suitcase and now owns the building. These stories are powerful, they are motivational, but they are also strategically incomplete. Because while effort matters, and while determination counts, the world you live in does not reward merit alone. It rewards access, it rewards networks, it rewards timing, background, appearance, and inherited advantages. Yet those factors are rarely acknowledged. Instead, you are handed the myth of meritocracy, a cultural spell that tells you the playing field is level when in reality it's been tilted since before you were born. The myth of meritocracy is not just a comforting lie, it's a system-preserving narrative. It allows inequality to hide in plain sight. It says everyone gets what they deserve, which conveniently implies that those who struggle must be lazy or flawed, that those who are poor just didn't try hard enough, that those at the bottom chose their position. It's a narrative that justifies the top and blames the bottom, and in doing so it keeps the entire hierarchy stable, because no one questions the foundation if they believe the ladder is fair. Look around. A wealthy student with access to tutors, mentorship, nutrition, and a quiet space to study will almost always outperform a brilliant student juggling 2 jobs, caring for siblings, or navigating trauma. But when the test scores come back, the numbers don't tell the story of circumstances. They simply suggest that one child is smarter than the other, and society nods in agreement, never asking what privilege was hidden behind the performance. In the workplace, similar patterns unfold. Connections often matter more than competence. Presence often outweighs preparation. The right last name, the right look, the right accent, all of these create silent pathways to opportunity. Doors open quietly for some, while others are told to knock louder, longer, better. But when the person who benefited from invisible advantages achieves success, they are rarely asked to account for them. Instead, their story is framed as hustle, as sacrifice, as proof that anyone can make it if they just work hard enough. Even in the public discourse, the myth is everywhere. Politicians who were born into wealth speak passionately about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. Influencers with generational wealth post about grind culture and waking up at 5 a.m. as the key to success. What they don't mention is the safety net beneath them, the freedom to fail without falling, the cushion that protects them from the consequences most people can't afford. But that part of the story is inconvenient, so it's edited out, and the illusion persists. The danger of this myth isn't just that it lies, it isolates. When you believe the system is fair, and you're still struggling, you turn the blame inward. You assume it's your fault. You question your value. You internalize shame. If everyone else is making it, you wonder, what's wrong with me? But what you're experiencing isn't failure, it's friction. The friction of pushing against structures not built with you in mind, the friction of trying to climb a ladder that others were born on top of. And that kind of friction has nothing to do with merit, it has everything to do with access. This myth also erodes solidarity. When people believe their success is purely self-made, they lose empathy for those who are still climbing. They see their privilege as earned. They see help as weakness. They believe that if they did it, anyone can. And so they look down instead of reaching back. They vote against safety nets. They mock social support. They perpetuate the very systems that help them, all while denying they had help. This isn't just hypocrisy, it's indoctrination, a belief system that makes people forget the scaffolding that held them up. Even education, the great supposed equalizer, is steeped in inequality. Schools are funded by property taxes, which means students in wealthier neighborhoods receive better teachers, better facilities, better tools. Meanwhile, students in underserved communities are told education is their way out, but they must do it with outdated books, underpaid teachers, and overcrowded classrooms. When they succeed, it's framed as exceptional. When they don't, it's framed as their fault. But the truth is, they're not underachieving. They're surviving an under-resourced system. And yet the myth remains so seductive. Because it offers a sense of control. If merit is all that matters, then you believe you can shape your destiny, that effort equals outcome, that the world is just. But reality is far messier. Success is never pure. It's a recipe of effort, yes, but also of effort, yes, but also of origin, opportunity, timing, identity, and randomness. And unless we acknowledge all of it, we'll keep mistaking luck for virtue and oppression for laziness. So how do you escape the manipulation of the meritocracy myth? You start by telling the whole story. You recognize your advantages without shame and the disadvantages of others without judgment. You learn to hold two truths at once. That people work incredibly hard, and that systems make it easier for some and harder for others. You stop glorifying the grind when it's built on privilege. You stop pathologizing poverty when it's built on exclusion. You question the stories you've been told, the hero narratives, the bootstrap epics, the fairy tales of capitalism that conveniently erase the role of race, class, geography, and generational wealth. You look at your own life and ask, who helped me? What doors were already open? What resources did I never have to think about? That reflection isn't about guilt, it's about context. And context is the only thing that makes your empathy accurate. You also start changing how you define success. You stop measuring people by output. You stop confusing productivity with worth. You begin valuing resilience, creativity, and integrity, especially when they're forged in difficult conditions. You recognize that making it through the day with dignity in a rigged game is sometimes a greater achievement than winning in a game built for you. And perhaps most importantly, you use your awareness to challenge the system, not just navigate it better. You advocate for policies that reduce disparity. You support leaders who understand structural inequality. You amplify voices that are too often ignored. Because the goal isn't to beat the system, it's to transform it, to make it one where effort truly does matter, and where merit is measured not by how far someone has gone, but by how far they had to travel to get there. The myth of meritocracy is powerful, but it's not inevitable. It persists because we repeat it. It breaks when we tell the truth, and the truth is, hard work matters, but it's not the whole story. And until we stop pretending that it is, we'll keep mistaking privilege for proof and oppression for failure. But once you see the myth, you're free to step outside of it, to honor effort while naming access, to value grit while demanding justice, and to build a world where no one has to earn their humanity just to be believed. The sale begins long before you know you're shopping. It starts with a glance, an image of someone dressed just right, standing just so, with an expression that whispers not just beauty but superiority. The product barely matters. What matters is the feeling, the aura, the message that this person has something you don't. And maybe if you buy what they are holding, wearing, or standing next to, you might close the gap. This is status manipulation. This is aspiration marketing, and it is not about function or quality. It is about identity, about selling you a vision of who you might become if you just consume correctly. From the moment you enter the marketplace, online, on screen, or even in your own social feed, you are being offered mirrors that don't reflect who you are, but who you're told you should want to be. Brands don't just show products anymore, they show archetypes. The effortless traveler, the serene yogi, the suave professional, the ultra-healthy parent. You aren't buying the suitcase, the leggings, the laptop, or the snack bar. You're buying a life, a version of yourself that looks more confident, more respected, more admirable. In other words, you are being sold status through story, and the story always begins with lack. This tactic works because status is not about logic. It's about emotion, about your place in the tribe. Deep in your evolutionary wiring is the understanding that humans organize in hierarchies, and within that structure, your survival, socially and even physically, has often depended on your perceived value. Higher status has historically meant more access to resources, protection, and influence. So your brain is built to pay attention to status cues, posture, voice, clothing, tools, even the kind of attention someone receives from others. In today's world, those signals have become more symbolic than functional, but they still trigger the same psychological response. You want to belong. You want to matter. And marketing weaponizes that yearning. Aspiration marketing sells to the version of you that hasn't arrived yet. It paints a picture of your ideal self, calm, confident, successful, beautiful, admired, and then gently suggests that the missing piece is this product, this service, this upgrade. It tells you the only thing standing between you and the life you want is a transaction, and that message is addictive. Not because you're vain or shallow, but because you've been taught that who you are is always slightly insufficient. The version of you that doesn't have the right watch, the latest phone, the most optimized morning routine, that version is incomplete. And so you chase, you upgrade, you consume not out of need but out of aspiration. You see it in luxury branding most clearly. A designer handbag doesn't carry better. A logo on your chest doesn't function better, but what it does offer is social shorthand, a signal to others that you've made it, that you're in the club, that you're not like them, you're like us. And when a product becomes a symbol, its price becomes part of its seduction. The higher the cost, the stronger the signal, and in that inverted logic, value is no longer about what you get, it's about what others see when you have it. This same manipulation shows up in the self-help world. Courses, coaching programs, and transformational experiences are often priced and packaged not according to educational value, but according to status optics. You're told that investing thousands in a mastermind or a retreat is proof of your commitment, that if you don't pay, you won't pay attention, that real growth requires elite environments. What's really being sold isn't wisdom, it's exclusivity. The idea that you're not just growing, you're becoming someone who grows in expensive aspirational ways. Social media intensifies this manipulation. Every time someone posts a morning matcha, a luxury trip, a minimalist home office, or a glowing photo of their abundance lifestyle, they're participating in the performance of aspiration. And often they're selling something, either directly through links and brand deals, or indirectly through the cultivation of influence. You don't even realize how often you've been sold to, because the transaction isn't always financial. Sometimes it's psychological, your attention, your comparison, your silent belief that you need to do more, be more, buy more to be worthy. Even wellness is now saturated with status. What used to be about healing has become a competitive aesthetic. It's no longer enough to meditate. You must do it in curated spaces with trending tools under the glow of natural light. You must eat clean, but not just any clean. You need adaptogens, superfoods, anti-inflammatory supplements with influencer backing. Your journey to health isn't private. It's a brand, and unless it looks aspirational, it doesn't feel valid. And here's the sinister part. This cycle never ends, because the goalpost moves with every purchase. Once you buy the thing that promised transformation, a new shinier promise appears. The first one gave you a temporary identity boost. The next one promises to lock it in, but it never does. Because if you ever felt truly whole, the system would lose its power. The illusion must be maintained, that you're almost there, almost enough. One step, one product, one version away. This isn't to say that products are bad or that enjoying beauty and success is wrong. The manipulation lies in the framing, when worth is tied not to who you are, but to what you display. When your identity is constantly outsourced to brands, when aspiration replaces authenticity, when value is manufactured through scarcity, status, and shame. So how do you opt out of this illusion? You begin by noticing. Pay attention to how often your desires are shaped by exposure, not need. When you want something, ask, do I want this, or do I want to be seen as someone who has this? What does this purchase represent to me? Belonging, power, approval? Am I solving a problem or buying an identity? You also rewire your relationship with aspiration. True aspiration is internal. It's about who you want to become, not what you want to own. It's rooted in values, not validation, in meaning, not metrics. When your vision of the future is anchored in purpose rather than performance, you become harder to manipulate. You still buy, but you buy with clarity. You still grow, but not for optics. You learn to make peace with being unseen, to resist the pressure to constantly display proof of success. You embrace quiet achievements, private joys, and slow transformations that don't need an audience. You reclaim your worth not from the tags you wear, the brands you quote, or the lifestyle you post, but from the grounded truth that you are enough without the costume. And once that knowing takes root, something radical happens. You stop chasing the illusion. You stop performing the version of yourself that advertisers designed. You stop believing that a better you exists just beyond the next purchase. You come home to the person you are, not the one you're told to aspire to. And in that return, you find a freedom that no marketing campaign can manufacture. You become immune to the seduction of status, not because you don't see it, but because you no longer need it to see yourself. The news used to arrive like a visitor. Now it barges in like a siren. Every screen, every feed, every headline is a jolt to the nervous system. You scroll not to understand, but to brace yourself, to make sure the world hasn't fallen apart in the last 10 minutes, to check if something is on fire, globally or personally. Panic architecture is not a glitch of modern media. It's the blueprint, and it's been meticulously designed to hijack your attention, stimulate your fear, and keep you clicking long after you've stopped absorbing anything of substance. Panic architecture refers to the structure of modern news, alerts, and notifications that prioritize urgency over understanding. It's why your phone vibrates with a breaking update that turns out to be a minor tweet. It's why headlines are written like explosions, even when the actual story is a flicker. It's why the language is always heightened. Crisis, disaster, collapse, outrage, emergency. It's not that nothing is happening, it's that everything is delivered in the same catastrophic tone, flattening nuance into alarm and confusing information with anxiety. This happens because of how your brain is wired. You are evolutionarily programmed to pay more attention to threats than to neutral events. It's called negativity bias, a built-in survival mechanism that helped your ancestors notice danger before celebration. In nature, ignoring a rustle in the bushes could mean death, but in the digital jungle, it means doom scrolling. Every app, platform, and outlet knows this. They don't need to lie, they just need to frame the truth dramatically enough that your threat response is activated. Once it is, you stay hooked. You don't click to learn, you click to relieve anxiety. And that loop, stimulus, panic, relief, is exactly what keeps you returning. This is why headlines don't just inform anymore, they perform. They're designed less like summaries and more like commands. You won't believe what just happened. This one fact will shock you. Everything we feared is now confirmed. The goal is not clarity, it's escalation. If it bleeds, it leads. And in a landscape where attention is currency, fear is a high-interest loan. But the effect of this architecture is more than just stress, it's distortion. When everything feels like a 5-alarm fire, your ability to prioritize disintegrates. A new policy debate and a celebrity scandal are delivered with the same volume. A scientific breakthrough and a social media feud share the same real estate in your mind. Your sense of proportion is eroded. You can't tell what matters because everything is presented as an emergency, and when everything is an emergency, nothing is. The constant ping of alerts doesn't just shape your thoughts, it fractures your time. You stop doing things with depth because you're constantly being pulled into the shallow. You start your day with headlines, not silence. You eat while checking for updates. You can't focus because something might be happening, and happening no longer means something meaningful or relevant. It just means new, and in panic architecture, new equals urgent, even when it isn't. This model thrives on speed, not truth. Journalists are pressured to break stories before verifying them. Outlets compete for the fastest headline, not the most accurate one. Corrections come quietly long after the damage of misinformation has already shaped perception. You see a terrifying post, you react, you share. Later you learn it was exaggerated, but by then your nervous system has already recorded the fear, and in a world where emotional impressions often outweigh facts, that fear becomes reality even if it was built on fiction. And the cost? Burnout, mistrust, numbness. You begin to tune out, not because you don't care, but because your system can't hold that much crisis. You scroll past genocide and global disasters with the same disinterest as memes and ads. Not because you're heartless, but because you've been conditioned to dissociate. When the alerts never stop, you stop responding. You become informed and disempowered at the same time, full of facts but drained of agency. This numbness is dangerous not just for your mental health but for society, because when people are overwhelmed, they don't organize, they don't reflect, they don't act, they react, distract, consume, collapse. And for those in power, both corporate and political, this is a feature, not a flaw. A population constantly in fear is a population that can be shaped, nudged, sold to, misdirected, kept in a loop of reaction instead of vision. But panic architecture doesn't just live in the media. It shows up in how your apps are built. The red dot, the blinking light, the vibration. These aren't neutral notifications, they are alerts designed to activate the part of your brain that feels danger. Every urgent update is a tiny panic in your pocket. And over time, your baseline stress increases, not because of what's happening in the world, but because of how it's being delivered to you. So how do you take back control? You start by slowing down the delivery system. Turn off non-essential notifications, choose one or two trusted sources of information, and visit them intentionally, not reactively. Read the article before reacting to the headline. Ask, who benefits from me being afraid right now? Is this urgent or just framed that way? What am I being distracted from? You practice discernment. You recognize that being informed doesn't mean being inundated. You stop rewarding panic with clicks. You seek out slow journalism, long-form analysis, voices that offer context, not just content. You remind yourself that not every story deserves your immediate attention. Some things need space to unfold. And not everything that's breaking is worth breaking yourself over. You also reclaim your internal pace. Begin your day in silence, not with a screen. Let your nervous system settle before you engage with the world. Build rituals that ground you in reality, not headlines. Go outside, make something, talk to a person in real life. These aren't escapes, they're recalibrations. A way to stay human in a system that profits from your panic. And finally, you stop blaming yourself for being overwhelmed. You recognize that your anxiety isn't a personal failure. It's a designed response to a system that monetizes your attention. But awareness gives you choice. You can start building new boundaries. You can stop letting urgency invade your peace. You can choose not to mistake noise for truth. Because the truth isn't always loud. Sometimes it's slow. Sometimes it's complex. Sometimes it takes time to emerge. And in a world shouting for your attention, your calm, deliberate presence becomes a radical act, a refusal to be manipulated, a reclaiming of your mind, a quiet power that no headline can hijack. It starts with a streak, a number ticking upward, a glowing badge, a confetti animation that lights up your screen. You didn't ask for it, you weren't even aiming for it. But once it appears, something in you wants to keep it going. Just one more day, just one more click, just one more task completed. This is how gamified systems bypass your inner compass. Not by coercing you, but by rewarding you, by offering tiny, artificial victories that feel like progress, even when they aren't connected to anything meaningful. You start out with intention. But you stay for the dopamine, and over time the behavior you once chose becomes behavior you feel compelled to continue, not because you want to, but because the system is designed to make you want to. Gamification is the process of applying game mechanics, points, badges, leaderboards, rewards, into environments that were never games to begin with. Education, work, fitness, mental health, social interaction. It's everywhere now, embedded in the design of your favorite apps, productivity platforms, and even your wearable devices. You don't just walk anymore. You close rings. You don't just read, you earn achievements. You don't just reply to messages, you maintain streaks. These features seem harmless, even helpful, but they operate on a deeper psychological level. They hijack your brain's reward circuitry, replacing intrinsic motivation with external reinforcement. The danger isn't in playing games, it's in forgetting that you are. Because once you internalize the metrics, you stop questioning what they actually represent. You stop asking, does this feel good? Is this aligned? Do I care? Instead you ask, did I win? Did I improve my score? Did I keep the streak alive? In other words, you shift from self-guided living to system-guided behavior. You begin to define success by what the system rewards, not by what feels meaningful to you. This is how reinforcement loops work. They offer variable rewards, meaning the payoff isn't always predictable. One day your effort leads to a badge, another day it leads to nothing. This unpredictability is what keeps you engaged. It mimics the slot machine effect. You keep pulling the lever because maybe this time something will happen, and when it does, it feels validating. not because the action was meaningful, but because the system told you it mattered. Social media uses this tactic relentlessly. Likes, comments, shares, all delivered intermittently. You never know what post will perform, so you keep creating, keep checking, keep scrolling. The behavior is reinforced not by quality connection, but by the occasional hit of approval, and even when the hits are small, they're enough to keep you locked in. It's not the size of the reward, it's the anticipation that hooks you. Productivity apps gamify your life in similar ways. You earn points for checking tasks off. You level up for completing streaks. You're told that consistency is key, but the reward isn't growth, it's maintenance of a metric. You're praised not for depth, but for regularity. And slowly your day becomes a series of inputs designed to keep the system satisfied. You begin to fear breaking the chain, not because it means something, but because the system will reset, and that reset feels like failure even if you needed the break. Fitness trackers are another masterclass in gamified reinforcement. Close your rings, hit your steps, beat your personal best. These goals seem healthy, but they often become compulsions. You start walking laps around your kitchen at night just to reach a number. You ignore fatigue because the app doesn't reward rest. And when you miss a day, you don't feel like a person who honored their body, you feel like a loser. Not because your health declined, but because your metric did. Even mental health tools have been gamified. Meditation apps offer streaks, stats, badges. You're told to focus inward, but your mind starts checking the leaderboard. You ask yourself, did I meditate today? Not because your body needed it, but because the app reminded you to. What was once sacred becomes routine. What was once intuitive becomes performance. You stop feeling, you start tracking. The worst part is that these systems don't just guide your behavior. They subtly alter your identity. You start to think of yourself as the streak, the achiever, the top performer. You associate your worth with your consistency. You internalize the scoreboard. And when life inevitably interrupts, illness, grief, change, you don't just feel disrupted, you feel broken, because the system never planned for your humanity. It only rewards your output. Reinforcement loops also train you to tolerate shallow rewards. You begin to seek praise for quantity, not quality, for being present, not engaged, for activity, not alignment. You move quickly between goals, stacking achievements like digital trophies. But trophies don't nourish the soul. They decorate the ego, and when the confetti fades, you're left wondering why you still feel empty. This doesn't mean gamification is always bad. It can create structure, offer encouragement, even make difficult habits more accessible. But the moment the game becomes the goal, you've lost the plot. You've outsourced your inner compass to a system that doesn't know your values, that can't feel your body, that doesn't care about your heart. And when that happens, you become a player in someone else's game. So how do you break the loop? You start by paying attention to your motivation. Ask yourself, why am I doing this? What would I choose if there were no reward? Would I still engage if no one saw it? These questions return you to yourself. They remind you that discipline without direction is just another form of distraction. You allow yourself to rest, even if the system punishes you. You honor your body's rhythm, even if your streak ends. You remind yourself that growth is not linear, and that progress sometimes looks like stillness. You break the loop not with rebellion, but with presence, with the radical act of choosing for yourself, not for the system. And most importantly, you stop measuring your life by someone else's scoreboard. You redefine success, not as a number, but as a feeling, not as a streak, but as a state of being. You shift from performance to presence, from chasing metrics to living meaningfully, from playing to winning, to living with intention. Because in the end, no badge can validate your being. No leaderboard can reflect your truth. No score can capture your depth. Only you can do that. And you don't need confetti for confirmation, just a quiet knowing that you're living from within, not from the loop. You walk into a grocery store to buy something simple, pasta sauce, maybe. But when you reach the aisle, you're faced with 42 versions. Tomato basil, organic garlic, spicy arrabbiata, extra chunky, low sodium, imported, locally sourced, glass jars, BPA-free cartons. You freeze, you scan, you second guess, and by the time you make a decision, if you even do, it doesn't feel like a victory, it feels like exhaustion. This is paralysis by choice overload, and it's not a luxury problem. It's a psychological trap designed to overwhelm your cognitive bandwidth and push you toward the path of least resistance, usually the one someone else picked for you. Choice is often framed as freedom. The more options you have, the more empowered you must be, right? But that's not how your brain works. While it can handle a few well-structured options, too many variables send your mind into cognitive chaos. The paradox of choice is that with each additional option, the effort to evaluate and compare grows exponentially. Your mind becomes flooded with hypothetical trade-offs. What if this brand is healthier but that one is tastier? What if this app is more popular but that one is more secure? What if this therapist, this investment plan, this job offer? What if each choice changes everything? Eventually you reach decision fatigue. And when that happens, your autonomy doesn't expand, it collapses. Choice overload is not just about the number of options, it's about the friction they create. Every decision, no matter how small, requires mental energy, and you're already using that energy to navigate work, relationships, deadlines, distractions, and emotional triggers. When you're offered too many choices, your brain doesn't experience empowerment, it experiences depletion. The longer you linger in indecision, the more you erode your own sense of clarity. And once that clarity is gone, you start to crave shortcuts. This is where manipulation creeps in. When you're overwhelmed by options, you're far more likely to surrender your choice to someone or something else. You rely on reviews, influencers, algorithms, default settings, top search results. You let pre-curated playlists decide your mood. You trust a dating app suggestion over your gut instinct. You let a streaming service recommend your next emotion. You let a most popular tag choose your course of action. This isn't empowerment. It's delegation disguised as decision-making, and it leaves you vulnerable to systems that are more invested in your engagement than your well-being. Marketers know this. Designers know this. That's why most digital platforms now guide you with prompts, defaults, and nudges. They know that if they give you too many choices, you'll surrender the decision-making process. And when you do, you default to what they've already optimized for their benefit. What shows up first? What's easiest to click? What looks the safest? You don't necessarily choose what's best for you. You choose what costs the least effort in the moment. Even important life decisions now come with paralyzing menus. Careers are no longer limited to a few paths, they are global, fluid, and multifaceted. That sounds liberating, but it often leads to chronic uncertainty. Should you start your own business? Go remote? Pivot to a passion? Stay safe? Every direction feels incomplete, every decision feels final, and when each choice feels like it might close a door forever, you hesitate, you research, you stall, you ask everyone for advice, and end up more confused than before. This overload also affects your relationships. In the age of digital romance, the sheer abundance of potential partners can lead to endless comparison and perpetual dissatisfaction. You swipe not because you're sure, but because you're unsure. Someone better might be one swipe away, and so, even when you connect, you doubt, you evaluate. You don't settle, you suspend. Suspended in a limbo of maybes, afraid to commit, afraid to miss out. And the worst part? This isn't always a conscious fear. It's the quiet psychological toll of too much optionality and too little grounding. Choice paralysis also diminishes satisfaction. Even when you finally make a decision, you're less likely to feel good about it. That's because, with more options comes more room for regret. You wonder if you picked the wrong one. You replay the alternatives. You worry about opportunity cost. Instead of feeling grateful for your selection, you feel haunted by the ones you didn't make. The freedom to choose begins to feel like a burden to justify. And when people are chronically paralyzed, They don't just delay action, they outsource identity. They stop asking what they want and start mimicking what others have chosen. They model their lives on influences, friends, or societal scripts, not because those paths resonate, but because they reduce decision complexity. And so slowly, silently, they become avatars of borrowed choices, living a curated life they didn't curate, playing out a narrative that looks convincing from the outside but feels hollow within. But choice itself isn't the enemy. The illusion that more is always better is. What you need isn't infinite options. What you need is clarity. And clarity doesn't come from comparison. It comes from alignment. From asking not what looks best, but what feels right. From tuning in before you reach out. From learning to trust your inner compass over external cues. To break the cycle of overload, you start by limiting noise. You consciously reduce your input. You decide ahead of time what matters. You filter your world not through popularity or convenience, but through personal relevance. You resist the compulsion to research every possibility. You stop trying to optimize every decision. You realize that good enough is often better than perfect, because perfection is a mirage that only moves farther the more you chase it. You also cultivate rituals of slowness. Before making big choices, you sit in silence, you breathe, you notice what your body does when faced with pressure. Does it tense? Does it rush? Does it freeze? These sensations are signals not of wrongness, but of overload. When you learn to listen, you begin to choose from grounded presence, not anxious urgency. And perhaps most importantly, you reclaim your authority. You remind yourself that your life doesn't need to mirror anyone else's. That not choosing is also a choice, that surrendering to someone else's preferences is not humility, it's self-abandonment. You choose less, but you choose deeper. You stop looking for the best option and start looking for the truest one. In a world that profits from your indecision, presence becomes rebellion, simplicity becomes power, and choice, real, conscious choice, becomes sacred again, not a performance, not a burden, not a maze, just a quiet return to your own voice, one clear decision at a time. You've probably noticed it, that casual, friendly tone in an email from a global corporation, the cheerful apology from a shipping app, the winking, self-aware language on your favorite beverage can. Hey, friend, oops, that's on us. We got your back. It sounds warm, human, approachable, but it's not your friend talking. It's a multi-million-dollar brand strategy, finely tuned by behavioral psychologists and marketing teams who understand one thing very clearly: tone is power. And in a world where people distrust institutions but crave connection, brand voice has become the new currency of manipulation, not through force, but through familiarity. The soft power of tone works because it disarms you. It blurs the line between company and community, between seller and supporter. When a brand speaks like a friend, your defenses drop. You're not dealing with a faceless organization, you're chatting with a personality. A persona that's been built, scripted, and optimized to feel just relatable enough to make you forget you're being sold to. And the more subtle this manipulation is, the more effective it becomes, because you don't resist what doesn't feel like pressure. You don't question what sounds like kindness. This tactic emerged as a response to growing skepticism. For decades, corporations spoke in stiff transactional language, terms and conditions, official notices, customer support. But as consumers became more cynical, that tone began to feel cold, even predatory. So brands adapted. They rebranded not just their logos, but their voices. They started sounding quirky, playful, empathetic. They said oops instead of error. They called you fam or legend instead of valued customer. And it worked. Because humans don't trust institutions, but they do trust personalities, especially ones that mirror their own. This shift is most visible in tech, wellness, and consumer lifestyle brands. Think of the platforms you use every day. Your productivity app doesn't just remind you, it cheers you on. Your fitness tracker doesn't just track steps, it celebrates them. Your bank app doesn't just confirm deposits, it jokes with you. It feels like a buddy. But it's not a buddy, it's a behavioral scaffold engineered to keep you engaged, loyal, and emotionally invested. Every emoji, every oopsie, every upbeat nudge, it's all calculated, and it's all intended to bypass your skepticism. The soft tone is also used to soothe frustration. When something breaks, when your delivery is late, when your data is compromised. You don't get a dry legal statement, you get a "we're super sorry about that" with a cute graphic and a coupon code. This isn't accountability, it's emotional cushioning. It converts anger into tolerance, and that tolerance protects the brand. You forgive faster when the apology sounds like a friend, even if the mistake is systemic, not accidental. But this strategy doesn't stop at damage control. It extends into how companies frame their mission, their products, even their failures. A social media platform doesn't just say it updated its algorithm. It says, "We've been listening to your feedback and made a few tweaks to keep your feed fresh and exciting." A rideshare service doesn't just raise prices. It says, "We're working hard to keep rides reliable for everyone, and that means adjusting pricing during high-demand time." It's all softened, smoothed, friendly. But underneath the friendly facade is a corporate mechanism making decisions that may not serve you and certainly weren't designed by your friends. This is what makes brand tone so dangerous, not because it's inherently malicious, but because it obscures power dynamics. It creates the illusion of relationship where there is none. It makes you feel seen without being truly known, heard without being truly helped. And that illusion has consequences. Because when you mistake tone for trust, you start letting brands into spaces meant for people. You let a meditation app become your therapist. You let a food delivery app become your comfort system. You let a wellness brand become your identity. And as your emotional connection grows, so does your vulnerability. You share more data. You tolerate more errors. You forgive more easily. You recommend without questioning. You advocate without analysis. Because it feels like loyalty. It feels like community. But it's actually engineered intimacy. A transaction disguised as a bond. A script disguised as sincerity. Even customer service has been rebranded. Gone are the formal greetings and procedural language. Now it's all, "Hey there," and "No worries," and "You've got this." Language that mimics empathy without offering structural change. Your issue might not be resolved any faster, the system might still be broken, but you feel better. And that's the point. The illusion of care is often more powerful than care itself, especially when the voice delivering it feels like your own. Ironically, this soft power becomes even more manipulative when brands take stances on social issues. You see companies posting heartfelt messages about mental health, diversity, or environmental responsibility in the same tone they use to announce a product launch. It feels good, it feels progressive, but often it's not backed by internal action. The voice says, "We care," while the structure remains extractive. The tone creates cover. And in the age of performative alignment, tone is often used as a shield against accountability. So what can you do? You don't have to reject all friendly branding. You don't have to avoid every upbeat tone. But you do have to stay aware. You have to ask, who is speaking? What do they want? What would this message sound like if it were honest? Strip away the emojis, the charm, the casual phrasing, and what are they actually saying? Is this tone earning your trust or bypassing your scrutiny? You also reclaim your language. You remember that friendliness is not the same as friendship, that empathy is not the same as ethics, that tone is not the same as truth. You stop confusing being spoken to softly with being respected. You recognize when your emotional triggers are being stroked, and you pause before responding, and you draw a boundary between intimacy and interface, between people and platforms, between voices that care and voices that sell. Because when you can hear the manipulation inside the message, you're no longer at its mercy. You can smile at the tone without surrendering to it. You can use the product without letting it shape your identity. You can receive the voice and still keep your own. You didn't wake up one morning and decide to be watched. It happened gradually, slowly, casually, wrapped in language that felt helpful to better serve you, to improve your experience, to personalize your feed. The trade was never framed as a trade. It was presented as a feature. And now your devices know where you are, what you search, what you whisper, what you scroll past without liking, what makes you hesitate, what you buy in a rush, and what you forget in your cart. This is surveillance normalization, the silent conditioning that convinces you to surrender your privacy in exchange for comfort. And the more convenient it feels, the less you question the cost. Surveillance doesn't always arrive with sirens. Sometimes it comes with sleek interfaces, friendly permissions, and promises of optimization. You click accept all without reading. You allow location tracking while using the app. You give access to your contacts so you can connect more easily. Each step feels benign, but collectively they form a profile of you more intimate than any diary. Your device isn't just a tool, it's a window, and you're standing on the other side, illuminated by data while someone else takes notes. This normalization works because it piggybacks on a deeper psychological impulse, the desire to belong, to be seen, to have things be easy. You want frictionless navigation, instant results, smart recommendations. You want your music to know your mood, your map to know your route, your feed to know your thoughts. And when it delivers, when it works, you feel understood, even admired. But the system isn't designed to love you, it's designed to predict you, and prediction is power. What makes this manipulation so insidious is that it's invisible until it isn't. You start with tailored playlists and personalized ads. But over time, those same patterns influence your behavior. You visit places not because you wanted to, but because an app suggested it. You click news not because you chose it, but because the algorithm selected it. You form opinions not from exploration, but from exposure. And all the while, you believe you're in control, because your feed feels familiar, but familiarity is not freedom. It's a loop. Surveillance doesn't just track, it shapes, it nudges, it curates. It creates a filtered version of the world where the edges are softened, the options are narrowed, and the choices feel pre-approved. And the more you interact with this system, the more you reinforce its predictions. It doesn't just reflect who you are, it teaches you who to be. Over time, you adapt to the surveillance. You begin to self-monitor. You censor, you filter, you perform, not just in public but in private. You know the camera might be on, you assume the mic might be listening, you start speaking for an imagined audience, and you forget what it's like to be unobserved. This conditioning starts early. Children grow up with smart toys that record their voices, classrooms that use surveillance software, platforms that reward visibility over depth. They learn to equate privacy with isolation and exposure with relevance. They don't just tolerate surveillance, they expect it. And in that expectation, autonomy begins to erode, not with fear, but with a smile, with gamification, with convenience. Corporations aren't the only beneficiaries. Governments watch too, often in partnership. Facial recognition in public spaces, biometric databases, predictive policing. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. But privacy is not about hiding. It's about dignity, about boundaries, about the right to exist without being reduced to data points. Surveillance treats you not as a person, but as a profile. And once you're a profile, you're manageable, you're profitable, you're programmable. And yet you keep opting in. Not because you love surveillance, but because opting out feels like disconnection. No map, no ride, no payment, no access. You are made dependent. And that dependency is weaponized. You say yes to tracking because the alternative is friction. You give up your data because the system made privacy inconvenient. You trade your sovereignty for seamlessness. And each time, the line moves further. This isn't about paranoia, it's about presence. About reclaiming the ability to say, no, I don't need to be tracked to be served. No, I don't want my attention auctioned to the highest bidder. No, I don't consent to the silent shaping of my identity. Reversing surveillance normalization doesn't mean abandoning technology. It means refusing to be lulled by its tone. It means seeing through the language of convenience. It means asking, who benefits from this data? What would this app or platform look like if it didn't harvest my behavior? Would it still be free? Would it still be here? You start by noticing the moments when you click accept without thinking. You slow down, you read, you pause, you deny permissions that aren't necessary, you delete apps that demand too much, you shift from convenience to intention, from passivity to awareness. You understand that privacy is not something you regain overnight. It's something you reclaim click by click, setting by setting, choice by choice. And perhaps most importantly, you stop apologizing for wanting privacy. You stop letting the culture shame you into transparency. You don't have to explain why you want the camera off. You don't need a reason to silence the mic. You are not suspicious for setting boundaries. You are sovereign, and sovereignty begins with silence, with the sacred space that exists beyond observation. Because in the end, freedom is not just the absence of control, it's the presence of self-direction. It's the ability to explore without being profiled, to feel without being predicted, to choose without being choreographed. Surveillance normalization will tell you that to be safe, to be seen, to be supported, you must be watched. But you know better. You remember what it means to belong to yourself, not to your data. And in that remembering, you awaken. You unplug from the world, but from the illusion, from the convenience that cost you your edges, from the comfort that trained you to forget you were never alone in the room. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. You hear the camera hum, you feel the algorithm's grip. But now you don't mistake it for a friend. You meet it with eyes open, voice steady. Settings changed. You become more than a user, you become a chooser. And that changes everything. Memory feels like a recording, stable, archived, preserved. You think of it as a mental video library where events are safely stored and replayed as needed. But the truth is far more fragile. Your memory doesn't capture reality, it reconstructs it. And every time you recall a moment, you don't retrieve a fixed file. You rebuild it from fragments, from emotion, from story, from context, from suggestion. And in that reconstruction, memory is vulnerable to influence, to reframing, to quiet manipulations that make you question your past, doubt your certainty, and slowly become susceptible to versions of events that may never have happened. This is the manipulation of memory, and it is one of the most subtle, most powerful psychological tactics used against you every single day. It begins with your own brain. Memory is malleable by nature. Studies have shown that even a single suggestive question, "Are you sure he was wearing a red shirt?" can implant a false detail so deeply that it becomes indistinguishable from the truth. Entire narratives can be shifted by word choice, by tone, by the emotional state you were in when the memory was formed. The mind doesn't preserve moments, it preserves meaning, and meaning is fluid. So when someone wants to influence you, really influence you, they don't just argue with your logic, they reshape the meaning of what you remember. Marketers understand this. Politicians master it. Manipulators, both personal and institutional, use it as a tool of control. They don't have to change what happened, they just have to change how you remember it. That brand didn't manipulate you, it empowered you. That bad experience with the product, it's part of the journey. That politician didn't contradict themselves, they evolved. Your memory is softened, smoothed, wrapped in new language, and over time the emotional charge shifts, not because the event changed, but because the story around it did. This tactic is especially effective when paired with repetition. You hear the same phrasing again and again. "It wasn't that bad. Everyone felt that way. You're misremembering. That's not what was meant." And slowly, doubt creeps in, not just in the story, but in yourself. You begin to ask, am I being too sensitive? Was I overreacting? Did I misread the situation? This self-questioning isn't insight. It's destabilization, a psychological erosion of your inner compass, driven by engineered narratives that benefit someone else's agenda. Gaslighting is perhaps the most extreme and personal example. In toxic relationships, this tactic becomes a daily ritual. You say, "You said that yesterday." They reply, "No, I didn't." You say, "You hurt me when you did that." They respond, "You're imagining things." Bit by bit, the foundation of your lived experience is pulled out from under you. And the more uncertain you become, the more control they have. Because if you can't trust your own memory, you start relying on theirs. And that's the goal, not to erase the past, but to make you doubt your own perception of it. But this manipulation doesn't only live in abusive dynamics. It's baked into systems of power. Media reframes the past to influence the present. What was once a protest becomes a riot. A historical crime becomes a misunderstanding. An injustice is renamed a policy error. Entire generations grow up with a curated version of history that tells them what to be proud of, what to ignore, and what to forget. Memory becomes a political tool, a national myth, a cultural lens shaped not by truth but by utility. In marketing, this plays out in nostalgic branding. A candy bar reminds you of childhood. A product tagline recalls simpler times. But those times weren't always simple. The memory has been selectively edited, your discomfort erased, your uncertainty replaced by sepia tones and catchy slogans. You're not just buying a product, you're buying a manipulated version of your own memory, one that's been commodified and sold back to you. And in digital spaces, the manipulation becomes even more sophisticated. Social media platforms show you memories from 1, 3, 5 years ago, but they curate what you see. They remind you of moments that fit their engagement model, not your emotional needs. You're nudged to relive joy or heartbreak or milestones, not for your sake, but because emotional content increases usage. And when you're constantly fed a selective, algorithmically filtered timeline, your sense of self becomes fragmented. You forget what you forgot. You remember what they highlight. Your history is no longer yours. It's been reassembled to maximize your interaction. So what's the cost of all this? Disorientation. A slow disconnection from your own truth. A subtle undermining of your intuition. When your memory becomes pliable, your identity follows. You begin to question your instincts. You hesitate to trust your feelings. You seek outside validation not because you need approval, but because your inner reference points have been blurred. And when that happens, you are easier to steer, easier to sell to, easier to govern. But this isn't about paranoia. It's about presence. It's about reclaiming your narrative before it gets rewritten by others. And that starts with awareness, with noticing when someone tries to reshape your memory, with refusing to accept soft reframes of harm, subtle edits of truth, or cheerful spins on your own lived experience. You anchor yourself not in the perfect clarity of recall, but in the integrity of feeling. You say, "I may not remember every detail, but I remember how it felt, and that matters." You also learn to protect your story. You write it down. Speak it aloud. Share it with trusted witnesses. You create a record not to hold on to the past, but to keep your present from being erased. Because when you name what happened, when you name it clearly, you anchor your mind in reality. You reclaim your agency. You interrupt the manipulation. And perhaps most importantly, you give yourself permission to trust your own perception again. You stop looking for external validation to confirm your memory. You stop letting other people rewrite your history. You understand that memory is imperfect, yes, but that doesn't make it worthless. Your truth is not a courtroom transcript. It's a pulse, a knowing, a thread of feeling that runs deeper than deep, and that thread is yours to hold. Because once you remember who you are, beyond what they told you, beyond what they erased, you become unmanipulatable. Your memory becomes your shield, Your story becomes your spine. And no narrative, no matter how softly spoken, how repeatedly told, or how widely accepted, can uproot the truth you've rooted in yourself. It doesn't begin with shouting, it doesn't begin with revolution, it begins in silence, in the space between stimulus and response, the breath you take before clicking the headline, the pause before reacting to the ad, the small flicker of discomfort when something feels off but everyone else seems to agree. That moment, that sliver of presence, is where freedom lives. And in a world built on persuasion, noise, nudging and distraction, reclaiming your mind is not just an act of awareness, it is an act of defiance, because once you see the strings, you can no longer be the puppet. Once you hear the manipulation, you can no longer dance to its rhythm without knowing that you're being played. For hours each day, your attention is pulled, shaped, mined, and monetized. You are offered content calibrated to stir emotion, not insight. You are shown information that confirms your biases, not challenges your thinking. You are pushed to consume, compare, react, always react. And through this relentless cycle, your inner world becomes reactive instead of reflective. You begin to confuse urgency with importance, popularity with truth, and stimulation with meaning. Slowly, the architecture of your own thoughts, the private scaffolding of self, becomes colonized by algorithms, scripts, and cues you didn't choose, but silently absorb. But manipulation only works in the absence of awareness, and that is the crack in the system's armor. Because awareness is not something that can be sold. It is not easily scaled or tracked. It cannot be injected through suggestion. It has to be remembered, reclaimed. And once it is, everything changes. You begin to feel the difference between your voice and the echo. You sense when a reaction was yours and when it was borrowed. You learn to recognize when you're being steered, and just as quietly you stop steering in that direction. Reclaiming your mind doesn't require you to withdraw from the world. It simply asks you to re-enter it with your eyes open, to see the ad not as entertainment, but as a message engineered to access your subconscious. To see the push notification not as a neutral alert, but as a behavioral hook. To see the trending topic not as spontaneous discussion, but as algorithmic design. Not to judge it, not to fear it, but to witness it. And in that witnessing, you interrupt its grip. This kind of awareness isn't passive, it's active. It's grounded, it's fierce without being loud. You don't need to fight every narrative. You don't need to out-argue the noise. You simply need to become undistracted by it. You make your mind a place where thought can deepen instead of scatter, where discomfort is examined, not avoided, where truth isn't something you wait to be delivered, but something you're willing to unearth yourself. And this reclaiming doesn't happen in a single epiphany. It happens choice by choice. You begin to notice your habits, how often you reach for your phone when you feel anxious, how quickly you scroll when you're bored, how frequently you react before reflecting. These behaviors aren't flaws. They're signals. They show you where your awareness has been outsourced, and every time you choose presence instead, every time you delay the click, sit with the feeling, or question the framing, you take a piece of your mind back. Awareness is not about becoming perfect. It's about becoming sovereign. You realize that you can consume media without being consumed by it. You can participate in systems without being swallowed by them. You can hold space for discomfort without needing to resolve it immediately. Because once your awareness returns, your inner space expands. You start to think slower but deeper, speak less but mean more. You stop chasing clarity in algorithms and start cultivating it in silence. And silence matters. Not the kind that suppresses, but the kind that listens. When you stop filling every gap with stimulation, you hear yourself again. Not the reactive voice, but the honest one. The one that knows what matters. The one that doesn't need to be sold something to feel whole. That voice was never gone. It was just buried under the noise. Reclaiming your mind also means noticing how you've been conditioned to distrust yourself, How you've been taught that someone else, some app, some influencer, some trend knows better. But no algorithm understands your soul. No brand can define your worth. No platform can substitute for presence. When you reclaim your mind, you stop waiting for validation and start remembering your own authority. You stop measuring your self-worth in metrics and start sensing it in your breath. This isn't about becoming separate, it's about becoming centered. So you move through the world not as a product, not as a profile, but as a presence. You respond, but you're no longer reactive. You connect, but you're no longer contort. You consume, but you're no longer consumed. You no longer need to escape the world to be free. You simply need to return to yourself in it. And when enough people do this, when enough minds are reclaimed, the systems that rely on unconsciousness begin to weaken. Not because they were destroyed, but because we stopped feeding them. Because we stopped participating in the illusions, because we stopped believing that manipulation was just the cost of modern life. Awareness spreads not by argument but by example. When one person chooses presence, others remember it's possible. When one person says, "I will not be rushed, triggered, or shaked without my consent," others begin to ask, "Can I live that way too?" You don't have to become louder to reclaim your mind. You just have to become clearer. You don't have to fight the system, you just have to stop following its rhythm blindly. You don't have to know every manipulation tactic, you just have to remember that your awareness is always more powerful than the tools designed to hijack it. So let this be your quiet return to presence, to discernment, to that sacred pause before the impulse, where breath is deeper, where thought is slower, where you remember that your mind is not a battlefield. It is a sanctuary, and it was never theirs to occupy. It was always yours to reclaim.